You are listening to WLPN-LP Chicago, 105.5 FM. This is Lumpen Radio. And right now, it is time for the Lumpen Election Special.
This is Election Night on Lumpen Radio. And now, your hosts, Mario Smith and Jamie Trecker, live from the Lumpen Newsroom.
And
welcome.
Hey, Jamie.
How are you, Mario?
I was about to do my semi-professional intro.
Were you?
I was. That was my plan.
We never do that on Lumpen Radio.
I know. That's why I was trying to, flip it. Let me try to do it again. I would say play the music again, but it isn't Thursday. But we'll get right to it. Thank you, everybody, for listening. We really appreciate it. This is WLPN-LP Chicago, 105.5 FM, Lumpen Radio. And you can also check out the show tonight on lumpentv.org. And we are here with November Decision 2022 and what has been a tumultuous campaign season across the United States. The midterm elections are over, essentially. The polls will be closing shortly here in Illinois. If you have not made an attempt to go vote, keep this on, run out, go to your polling place, and vote. It's that serious. We say that every year, but it's that serious. And we want you to make sure that you get your vote counted. Early returns, we're going to cover the races in specific states, the midterms, what's going on here in the gubernatorial race, other races around Illinois, referendums, et cetera, et cetera. And to help us do all those things, joining us via Zoom, Alan L. Linton, Mitchell Stepanchik, Quentin Scott here in studio, Gabriel Piemonte, the one John Daley, and Jamie Trecker.
And we'll bring everybody in just 1 second. Let's set it up real quickly. You do have 1 hour left to vote if you are in Chicagoland. Polls don't close until 7 o'clock. We're going to be going to our distinguished panel in a second to kind of chew over things issue by issue. But just to set it up as well, this is possibly the most consequential midterm election of our generation. More money has been spent on this election, approximately $17 billion, than in any non-presidential election in American history. Also, tremendous amounts of money have been raised from billionaires and dark money groups, primarily benefiting Republican candidates. Democrats have been much more successful raising money from small donors. We are, however, predicting tonight that we could see at least one House in Congress, and that would be the House of Representatives, flip to the Republican Party. It is possible control of the Senate could flip as well. There are also more consequential issues on this ballot, which our distinguished panel is going to get into in a minute. Those include a slate of election deniers that are up for public office at various state levels across the United States. We also have a very important gubernatorial election here between J.B. Pritzker and Darren Bailey, a downstate farmer and hard Christian right advocate who has been backed by the former President Donald Trump. We also have a number of in-state races we're keeping an eye on, including Tammy Duckworth's candidacy for re-election. And later on this evening, we'll be joined by a variety of political people, including the 11th Ward Alderwoman, perhaps I should say, Nicole Lee. With that, again, I kind of want to open it up to the panel. Mario, there's so many things to chew over in this election. It's almost difficult to know where to start, but I think when we were talking earlier, Alan mentioned, and I think quite correctly, that one of the things that has gone a little bit unremarked is the number of ballot issues that are going directly to the voters this year. 6 states are voting on marijuana legalization. 19 states right now have legalized cannabis for recreational use. Others have legalized it for medical use. But this is in response to President Joe Biden saying he would legalize it at the federal level if he got a chance. There are also amendments right here in Illinois, including more money to the Forest Service, the Workers' Rights Amendment.
A very important
amendment.
Workers' Rights Amendment.
So I think we should turn it over to Alan, who's been keeping an eye on this real quickly. Alan, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure to be here as always. And like you said, there's a lot at stake, both locally and nationally. Obviously, control of Congress is going to be up for grabs. But I'm really keeping an eye on these local referendum. You mentioned that 6 states looking at legalizing marijuana, abortion rights across the country, codifying it into the state constitutions. referendums on immigration, ballot access and voting rights, which will certainly be consequential going into the 2024 elections, healthcare, labor, criminal justice, just to name a few. Obviously, the fate of unions and the unions and workers' almost rebellion from the last 6 years going to be up at play. And so, while all of these elements are important nationally, we've seen time and time again in politics that the local is what's key, and we need to be thinking about local not just in the city, but thinking about at state houses, governorships, and of course what the people are saying on how they want to decide and legislate on core issues across the country.
And before we go further into our panel, the one thing that has stood out to me is the response of, particularly speaking about the midterm elections, Joe Biden saying, well, I have the veto pen. And it's almost as if he is going to take the tact that the previous president took of just writing his way out of his term. And it's kind of, I will say this, and then I will hand it over to Mitchell. I will boldly say I think this is not going to turn out the way the Republicans think it's going to turn out this year. I think the red wave threat is more hot air from a minority of electorate than from the majority of the electorate. A lot of things happened in the past 6 months that actually activated people who probably had no interest to vote. Chiefly among them, the decision to do away with legalized abortion. I think that issue may be the bellwether for the Republican Party. We will, of course, in days to come, find out. And to real quickly, to a point that we were talking about prior to broadcast, I don't think anybody should expect tonight's election to end tonight. I think everybody should be mindful that this may be a few days in the offing before we have decisions and results and et cetera. Some things will be decided tonight. Some things are going to be decided because there's just no way that they couldn't be, particularly gubernatorial races. Those things are kind of certain. But a lot of the Senate races are really, really close. There will be people going against the decisions and trying to get them changed legally. There's a lot going on. So I wouldn't want anybody to be confused and thinking that at 10 o'clock when we sign off, we'll be like, this is it. The Senate it belongs to them or it belongs to them. So just be patient and bear with us. Mitchell, the 1 millionth time we've done this.
Yeah,
I'm glad
going back to 2006.
Yeah, man, back in the broom closet over on yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Mitchell Hall, 57th Street. I remember it well.
Oh, I do too. I just try not to. I am very curious as to what you have on your docket for tonight, the things that you're looking at during the election.
Yes. There's been not a whole lot of coverage or attention with regards to the local stuff, particularly at the state level. State elections, the governor's races have gotten probably the most attention, but much less so state legislatures, attorney general races, secretary of state's races, and state Supreme Court races. A lot of these are up for grabs, and this is all going to matter mainly because of moderately obscure Supreme Court case that's going to be heard later this term involving what's called Moore v. Harper, involving a dubious legislative theory called the independent state legislature theory, with the idea that state legislatures could override the will of voters. You could see this, for example, in a state like North Carolina, where it's close enough and it's happened not terribly recently that it could go for a Democrat, yet it's Republican. It could swing to a Republican legislature, and with the Republican infrastructure therein, particularly at other offices there, could just simply say, no, we're going to not give our votes to the Democrat. We'll give it to a Republican. A lot of that, what is going to be shaped in 2 years' time, will get decided tonight in all of these races. The governor's races we know about, certainly Pritzker, Bailey was mentioned in Illinois, but there are a number of other states that are also viewing things as well. Kansas is something of a dark horse. Laura Kelly, the Democrat there, is actually considered a favorite to win, a slight favorite, but a favorite nonetheless. I'm particularly got my eye on Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer and Tudor Dixon. Governor Whitmer has had a reasonably lead in the polling I've seen there. I would expect her to win, but we'll see. It could be closer than people expect. The one dark horse that's been actually suggested of all things, Oklahoma. This is actually a lot closer than people think. Joy Hoffmeister, the Democrat there, actually could be ahead of the game regarding over Republican candidate Kevin Stitt. We could actually see Oklahoma have a Democratic governor before the night is out. We'll see how that shapes
That's amazing.
up. Wow. State legislatures. We could see both Pennsylvania and Michigan flip states. Pennsylvania would be harder because there's a much larger majority there, but it could chip away at it, especially where it's basically been a Republican majority there for almost 4 decades. North Carolina, I had mentioned, they only need a 60% of one party to hold it to gain a supermajority and actually override vetoes of the governor, with the Democratic governor in play there. And there's not a whole lot that can actually flip. They just need 3 flips in the House and 2 in the state Senate for them to gain that supermajority in North Carolina.
Mitchell,
the Attorney Generals and Secretary of States, there are a whole lot of them. Michigan again with Dana Nessel, Matthew DePerno, Jocelyn Benson, Krista Karamo. Arizona has also been something of a focus there. Minnesota with Keith Ellison, and also a non-MAGA Republican, Jim Schultz, who's been on, who's running a close race. There's also the state Supreme Court, including here in Illinois. It's a 4-3 Democratic lead, but we actually decide in Illinois state district levels. We decide state Supreme Court offices and vote on them by district level. So there's a chance that could flip. We'll see what happens. There are 2 seats of both the 2nd and 3rd district that are up for grabs. Michigan, it could see an expansion of its majority. It's currently a 4-3 Democratic majority. That can actually expand to possibly a 5-2 or 6-1. We'll see how that shapes up. This has not gotten a lot of coverage, but it's very important because for those states, especially in 2 years' time, the people who are getting elected tonight will have a disproportionate, a big say in what could happen as far as the unfolding of the election in 2 years' time. So it's worth watching, and I'm keeping an eye on that.
Mitchell, one thing, and not to interrupt you, but I want to go back to something you said about the Illinois Supreme Court and also mention that our neighboring state, Wisconsin, with
Yes.
Tony Evers, is in a situation where Republicans could have a supermajority and then override any veto.
Yeah.
But I wanted to just at this moment bring in John because, the state Supreme Court here is a battle that I don't think a lot of people have actually paid attention to at all. And the Illinois State Supreme Court, Republicans have run a fairly successful campaign over the last 30 years to put people in judicial positions so that if things go to a Supreme Court, they can get favorable decisions. And we're seeing this, of course, at our Supreme Court level post-Trump. John, could you comment on this race? I know you keep a pretty close eye on Springfield. It is one of the things that I think people that pay attention to politics have been concerned about. Is this something that voters in Illinois should have paid more attention to?
So I'm with Mario. I'm curious to see what happens if this is a lot of bluster about a red wave or it actually happens, and we see it in voter turnout. And when you look at the Illinois ballot, I think the priority for, what I'm looking into is certainly the constitutional top of the ballot, all the way down through a good friend, Kwame Raoul. And I want to make sure that those people are paying attention to that part of the ballot. There are 2 positions in the Supreme Court, Chief Justices that are up, and I think we saw that in the last election, in the last presidential election, how important that is, and how important that is when you see what happens at the federal level with reproductive rights, and we see that playing out with all our bordering states. Folks clamoring to come here for services, and so I think it's critically important. And I think folks are also seeing, this deluge of misinformation in many respects. So you have papers that are purporting themselves as actual journalistic outlets, and not even necessarily or really in fine print, showing that these are actually advertorial political ads, and it's really nefarious, and I think it's much worse than that. But you've had this focused heavily around the Safety Act, which is something that I know someone who's on the panel can speak directly to. And so I'll stop there. But I think that those two races, and sadly none of them are in Chicago, at the judiciary are critically important.
I want to bring in our numbers man. He has provided a service that I don't think anybody else in this city has been able to do, and he's been a big help to the show in the past. I'm sorry that I haven't had you on more, Quentin, to help us out, but Quentin Scott is here. He is the numbers man, in the good way, not the policy numbers. Everybody calm down. Quentin is watching the midterms for us. Any trends or anything? Well, first of all, let me just throw the same question to you. What are you keeping your eye on in relation to the midterms?
Yeah, thanks for having me again, Mario. It's always a pleasure to be with this group. So, as Alan and Mitchell and others have mentioned, there's a lot happening locally, state level, federal level. So we have plenty to talk about tonight. But personally, as I sit here in D.C., I'll be paying attention to what's happening in Congress. We assume that Republicans would take the House, and with McCarthy becoming Speaker of the House, we imagine he'll be taking a lot of symbolic votes over the next 2 years to sort of counter Biden's policies. And as a few months ago, the administration signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act, and Congress is going to be doing a lot of presiding over the implementation of that law. And so McCarthy is going to be a hindrance to a lot of that policy. But that is all contingent on what his actual margins are in his own with his own caucus. And so, Republicans are hoping for this red wave that would give them all these extra votes that allow them to take all those political votes. However, like others, I think it is more of a red mirage. I don't think any side actually has a wave this midterm. And so his margins can be a lot thinner than he thinks he's going to have. So that's on the House side. On the Senate side, I think Democrats have a real chance of actually picking up, holding on to the seat in Georgia with Warnock, or picking up a seat in Pennsylvania with Fetterman. And a lot of people have counted Sherry Beasley out in North Carolina, but there's an opportunity she can really surprise us and make it close. Not necessarily win, but I think she can make it really close, which could, as Mitchell sort of mentioned earlier, could stop North Carolina's state level from, having that supermajority to override any policies. So there's a lot happening at the top of the ticket that I'll be paying attention to that can really have impacts on Biden's ability to implement what he's already passed in future legislation over the 2 years, which then sets us up for this big clash in 2024. And last night, Trump said that he has a big announcement next Tuesday, and we assume that that's him announcing that he's going to run for president again. And this is all being set up, what happens tonight.
Quentin, is there any chance, just to speak to a specific race, Val Demings has run a fairly well-funded race against Marco Rubio. I would think it's unlikely that a Democrat can win in that race, but what are you hearing on the ground there? Is there any chance of the Democrats making any kind of inroads in that state?
Yeah, I think Val Demings was the perfect candidate that Democrats could run against an incumbent like Marco Rubio. Well-funded, she's an established name. She has a former police officer, so she has sort of that credibility there. But the trends in Miami-Dade County aren't necessarily positive. This is the first time that with early voting and mail-in ballots, Republicans actually have a 1-point lead over Democrats in that county, which doesn't really set up well for Democrats in their most vote-rich area of the state. So the trends aren't great, but I do think that Val Demings was the best candidate that they could come up with. It's not likely, but I don't think Florida is the race that Democrats were looking at to actually pick up any seats.
Really quickly, I need to bring in another person who has been doing this a long time with Mitchell and I, and subsequently with the Lumpen Radio Group, Gabriel Piemonte. Gabriel Piemonte is a candidate for the 7th Ward Aldermanic seat that is up for, what did I say? 7th. I wish you were the 7th Ward. The 5th Ward Aldermanic seat. I have things to say about the 7th Ward. That'll be for another show. And Gabriel Piemonte is with us tonight as well. How you doing?
I'm doing real well. How are you doing, Mario?
Cool, brother. I'm cool. What are you watching tonight?
It's nice to be back. A couple of the things that I'm really interested in revolve around or are strongly influenced by the propaganda, the Republican propaganda. I think we're so used to these waves of tactics kind of being rolled out that it feels like it's kind of all awful all the time. But there are new levels, and I think one of the things we've been dealing with this for these midterms is this results today canard. So this idea that, and it's, we know how propaganda works, but for whatever reason we still end up, sometimes it seems like we struggle as if it's brand new. They keep repeating it over and over again, and so people start saying, yeah, why aren't we getting results on the same day, as if it's a surprise. And it becomes a need. There's a need to kind of go through an education process. In the meantime, we'll have turmoil in the interim. Also, workers' rights amendment is a really important to me too. I think it's really important to the state. And what these two things have in common thematically is we've got to fight, and we've got to be really straightforward about fighting. And I feel like there has been a lot of enthusiasm on the left about workers' rights, which is terrific, but there hasn't been a lot of aggressive combat. We have, as John mentioned, these insane newspapers that are coming, like everybody's mailbox is getting these newspapers that are not newspapers.
I got 2 of them. I threw them both away. I don't even know what was on them.
It's ridiculous. And in my building, they're all on the floor. I think I've got the majority of my neighbors are news literate enough that they looked at them and said, fake news, and dropped it on the ground. But the point is, we don't do anything about these things. As of last week, 54% likely voters supporting workers' rights amendment. That's 6 points less than we need. I wonder if that's even clear to people. Like if some people saw that number and said, oh, good, we're about 3.5 points up, and we need 60%. So I worry about that stuff. Finally, maybe we'll get a little bit more into the national legalization conversation later. It's so important, and it's good to see movement. But I do think that there's some question, to me at least. The trends have been that we get legalization, then we lose the justice component when it happens. I wonder if maybe having the potential of a national legalization, first of all, that means no more Schedule I, so that's a big deal. Yeah. And secondly, can we codify some of these benefits we keep thinking we're going to get? And Illinois is an absolutely classic example. They evaporated. We ended up with all out-of-state, white-owned medical cannabis companies kind of running the show, and it's not. If you lose the justice claim, it makes it a lot less exciting that it's happening.
And before I toss it to John Daley, I want everybody to hear me very clearly. The Gen Z vote has not been talked about at all in the way that people are going to find out tonight if the Generation Z folks have went out and participated in this election. If they do, the red wave issue is dead. I don't think there's any way that people are going to be able to look at those numbers from that group of folks and think that they're going to side with any of the mess that they've seen over the last 4 years and most of their life. They're the ones who've watched everything happen up until the point where they were able to vote. Now that they are part of the process, I think those numbers are going to be mad important. John Daley, the great, my man. Got a beard and everything. I haven't seen you in so long.
It's been a while.
John Daley, you have a guest.
We do. And so, as Gabriel mentioned, we've had this unbelievable process to deal with where you've got people purporting as news outlets and sending all these to folks. And I think the discerning, person can figure out what's going on. One of the concerns that I have is in a neighborhood that we're in right now and how this translates into an election that we're going to get into starting tomorrow for Chicago's city council and mayor, is how this affects immigrant populations. And it's certainly, we deal with that here. And when you're talking about English as a second language, I wonder how much and how devious these things are targeted towards folks. Not that there's any comprehension problem. People who have multiple languages are ahead of the curve on that, and the average voter. But I am concerned in how targeted that is, and the person who we have on the line is actually in the Judiciary Committee and the vice chair of the Tourism Committee here in Illinois. We have Representative Cam Buckner on the line.
Everybody, how y'all doing?
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time on Election Day. We know you're very busy.
Thanks, John. I appreciate you.
So I've heard you talk about it, and this is something that you've been talking about because the Safety Act is something that I know that you were instrumental in stewarding through the General Assembly. Can you tell us a little bit about that process and what you're hearing from folks?
Yeah, listen, the Safety Act was really a culmination of years and years of legislation, and folks who have been fed up with the fact that we had a criminal legal system that had no justice at its base, no justice at its core, right? And so many folks call it criminal justice reform. I call it criminal justice creation, because it's hopefully creating a system where justice is the centerpiece of the work that we do. But, we found ourselves now defending the Safety Act when, in many ways, we should be talking about the great things that are in there from the beginning, right? Not just police accountability, not just victim services accountability. Every single victims' rights group in this state has endorsed this bill. Every single survivors group in the state has endorsed this bill. But obviously, we found ourselves over the last couple of weeks talking about the portion of it that surrounds cash bail and the elimination of cash bail. And so I know I heard the gentleman earlier talking about the fake news papers that have been circulating around the city and the state, really, and going to folks' mailboxes. I know Gabriel said they're on the floor in his building, which is where they belong. But I think what we will see tonight is that the propaganda that has been put forth by the Republican Party in this state against the Safety Act will not yield them the results that they need. The chamber that I serve in, the Illinois House of Representatives, we will hold our majority, and I dare to believe that we're going to actually pick up more seats. We've got some really great Democrats who are running in Republican strongholds, people like Nabila Saeed, people like Mary Beth Canty in the Arlington Heights area. And I think that we'll see that we've beat back that narrative and folks are excited and ready for change.
One of the things that I've heard kind of constantly is, these papers kind of sparked up a big conversation 3-4 weeks ago, and then it seems that folks have really kind of transitioned into the two top issues of economics and safety, and safety being number one. I would argue that it's because of economics that those safety issues are in front of people's faces. We had Chesa Boudin on the radio station about a month ago, and he talked about his experience in San Francisco, showing that people, basically were trying to rebuild a system and really interested at the beginning of talking about criminal justice, but then 18 months later saying, okay, we want to have everything done at this point, reworking hundreds of years of process.
Yeah, and that seems to be a sentiment that we've heard around the country. I will underscore, John, the connectivity or the connection between our economic situation and criminal justice / public safety, right? 2 years ago, when this pandemic first kind of reared its head, I remember telling people that I didn't think that the pandemic would break us, but it would just prove to us what was already broken. It would shine a light that would show us what was broken in our institutions and broken in our priorities and broken in our resources and our politics and the way that we spend money. And I think that that's become true, right? But now the question is, how do we look at those synergies and we look at those connections and find ways to, be sensitive to the wrongs of the past and right them, and then be bold and creative and intrepid about putting forth policy and legislation and work that can move us all forward. I think it's uncomfortable for a lot of folks, but I think it's extremely necessary.
We're with Cam Buckner here on Election Night Coverage here on Lumpen Radio. Cam, it's Mario. I've got to
Mario.
Hey, brother, how are you? I have to ask.
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm all right. I have to ask, you are a candidate for mayor of Chicago. The issues that you're talking about now affect Chicago directly. You're from Roseland, from the Hundos. You know what it's like being in that part of the city. What is your vision for the city of Chicago in relation to you running? And another thing, which is, I guess, could be the first thing, those papers that came out, the Safety Act as defined is pretty easy to understand, yet there was no way to stop the blatant lies that were being told about it being, if somebody commits a crime, they'll get out of jail the same day. How did that slip out of the hands of, man, I don't know what word to use for that. How did that get so wild and uncontrolled where people were believing the lie?
Yeah, well, first off, let me say, I think my plan and my vision and my goal for Chicago is really a city that's able to balance safety and justice and provide opportunity for everybody, no matter where you live, knowing that where you live should not decide if you live. Also, we often talk about Chicago in a very nostalgic way um, of, the way things used to be. And what I've said is that we've got an opportunity to be the city that we've always deserved to be, not going backwards, but giving Chicago the chance and the opportunity and the space to really be the tip of the spear to show other cities around the country how to get it right. We all remember the slogan of the city that works, but I remind folks that even when the city that worked, it didn't work for everybody, right? And so that has to be at the core of the work that we do to move Chicago forward. I think there's some real well-meaning and skillful people who can help kind of lead that renaissance. As far as the Safety Act, it is hard to rebuff lies that are told with no people didn't care, right? But those folks came really hard about things that were not true, and they begin to spread it around. And I'll be honest with you, I was extremely disheartened by the fact that there were a lot of minority media outlets that were repeating these lies. When we talk about the fact that nobody is going to be let out of jail automatically on January 1st, the doors are not going to swing open, that people are not going to be able to commit heinous, violent crimes and be able to walk free. Right. The truth of the matter is that if these people really cared about safety, they would have something to say about the fact that today in Cook County, as we speak, there are over 50 folks who are out on bond for murder. Some of these murders are multiple murders, right? And these folks are walking free because they had the money to do it. And so if we're talking about real safety, the system that we have right now is not working, and we got to find ways to make everybody safe. But these people were able to find a message and to hammer it into the ground, and unfortunately, many people believe it.
And really quickly, back to being a candidate for mayor, you are in a very large group of human beings running for mayor of Chicago. What is going to separate your candidacy from everyone else's? And the thing that has prevented people in the past from achieving their goal of being mayor has been money. It's an unfortunate fact of life that money wins these campaigns, probably more than policy does. What is your position right now in terms of being able to withstand the long haul of this mayoral race?
So the first thing I'll say is that it appears that this race is extremely crowded. But I just want to remind folks that last time around in 2019, there were about 18 people on the ballot, right, which is double the number of folks who have declared in this race. And so I do think that it's a smaller field than it was 4 years ago. And I think the field will continue to shrink as people make decisions about what they want to do and how they want to move forward. I've been very clear about the fact that I'm not here for any symbolism. I'm in this race because I believe I can win, and I believe I can bring some real change to Chicago. To that point, what the city is looking for is people who have results when it comes to getting work done. What people around Chicago are telling me is that they want people with a bold, intrepid, creative vision and plan for a city. They want somebody who can be aspirational, who can be inspirational, and who can be operational and actually get the work done, right? And so I think that we, in this campaign, have the receipts to show that we can do that. The other thing is that as great as it is to be mayor of Chicago, and it is a great job, I still believe it's the greatest job in American politics. Most of the power and most of the money in this state exists about 200 miles south in a cornfield. I'm the only person in this race that knows how to work that cornfield. And so the ability to be able to have connectivity between Washington and Chicago, which I've done as well in the previous life spending 6 years working on Capitol Hill, and the state legislature and Chicago is going to be extremely important. I think when the rubber meets the road, people will see that the results that I've been able to bring on the state level are going to be something that is going to be really attractive to folks on the city level as well. And listen, as far as the money is concerned, we may be outraised, we may be outspent, we won't be outworked, right? And so we're going to find a way to do it and to get it done and to speak directly to the people of Chicago because they're asking for change.
Thanks, Cam. Thank you so much for all of that. And I think some of the framing you did around the earlier question that Mario introduced about sort of what went wrong with the Safety Act. I remember talking to Rob Peters, just before you guys got this all together. And it really was a sort of combined vision of a lot of people working really hard on issues and seeing a window of opportunity. Smart politicians saying, hey, we could do some good in this moment. We have to act now. And how we got from that moment, which was really kind of a moment of idealism and vision that you don't get that often in the state of Illinois or the city of Chicago, to where we are now. I think some of it's complex, but some of it isn't. For the most part, I haven't looked at these newspapers, these fake papers, but there's one page I did look at because somebody sent me a photo of it, and they said, you got to see this thing. And it is a single full page of mugshots of what appear to be all black men, and these sort of just made up sort of crimes underneath them, making the claim that these people were all going to be released as a result of the work that you guys did. And I think we just have to confront, very frankly, the racial component of all of this stuff, that Republicans are driving racism, whether it's anti-black racism, anti-immigration. This is the weapon they're using over and over and over again. My opinion is that just like it's illegal to cry fire in a crowded movie theater, there is certain white supremacist language and rhetoric that should just not be treated like it's freedom of speech like every other kind of speech. And some of this stuff is just beyond the pale.
I think you're absolutely right. And you make a really good point. I remember talking to Senator Peters about this entire kind of package of policy as we passed it. And I said, Rob, you know what? We just struck a mighty blow to systemic racism. And he reminded me, he said, well, you know, when you fight systemic racism, it always fights you back. And so what we saw in these papers was right. And the thing that you're talking about, Gabriel, was one of the things that stood out to me the most, because literally you have the page of mugshots of people who look like me. And then on the back page, you have, to make it look like it's a legitimate publication, you have a page of headshots of high school football players, mostly black guys, who are going to play college ball, to make everybody feel okay about the fact that they're not racist because these guys are the same as these guys, but these guys took another route. To me, as a former college athlete, to me as a black man who grew up in this town, I saw that for what it was worth as well. And I think you're right. I think often those folks in the Democratic Party and on the Democratic side of things have been really focused on winning the argument, but not necessarily winning the fight. And I think that's where Republicans have beat us up. But I think in this space, we actually won the fight, but maybe we didn't win the argument well enough, because that's where, this propaganda came from.
We're speaking with Cam Buckner. He's an Illinois state representative. I want to remind everybody also that you have 1/2 hour. If you have not voted, polls will be closing at 7 o'clock. And, of course, you are listening to WLPN-LP Chicago, 105.5 FM, Lumpen Radio. Gabrielle, I think you said something kind of interesting about free speech and the kind of speech that has surrounded a number of races in this country and, of course, a number of things in the campaigns here in Illinois. One of the things that I have felt very strongly about is that unfettered information primarily circulated on social media has been very dangerous to the body politic. And I think we're seeing that with the takeover of Twitter by the billionaire Elon Musk. Now, I have always been a believer as a journalist and somebody that's worked as a reporter for over 30 years that the answer to, negative speech is more free speech. But I'm starting to become disheartened by the fact that so much speech right now is not accompanied with the ability to distinguish what is real, what is propaganda, what is political speech, what is hate speech. And I wonder if, and Cam, maybe you could speak to this a little bit, I wonder if we have not done a great job of educating people and giving them the tools to kind of figure out what they should be listening to and what they should be hearing. Because I think it's really important to keep in mind that, a number of communities had to rely on pre-social media underground newspapers and community newspapers and community radio shows such as the ones that Mario ran for many years before coming here. There were not outlets for people to discuss the fact that police were incarcerating black men. There were not outlets for people to talk about the availability or the inavailability of abortions in states in the 1970s. So I think it's a bit of a slippery slope, but I'd be interested, Cam, if you could maybe give our listeners your perspective on it and what perhaps tools voters and listeners could use to kind of sort the facts from the fiction.
Yeah, so I mean that is that's an easy question with a tough answer, right? I don't know exactly what it is that we can do different, but we obviously have to do something different. I don't know how much of this is a remnant of the fact that COVID really pushed people to run to their corners and the places they're familiar to, and familiar with, and not listen to differing views and opinions. I'm not sure if it's because we live in a society in a time where people prefer to talk and speak in groups where they have to, where they get to use exclamation points more than they do question marks, right? Because people are just living in these echo chambers. But you know, I'll tell you this: I was out in Logan Square a few weeks ago, and a gentleman who otherwise I think was pretty educated, pretty intelligent, pretty well-meaning, came to me and was giving me an earful about the Safety Act, and I began to talk through it with him. And I asked him had he read it, and he said no, but damn prof told him what was in it. And I asked him, and seriously, and I said, well, brother, if you would take some time to read it and tell me what parts of it you have the most umbrage with, I'll give you my cell number and we can talk through it. And he said, no, I refuse to read it. And I pushed back on him, you know, how can you regurgitate something that you're hearing from somebody else and not do the work yourself? And this guy was an accountant, right? So this is a smart guy. But, you know, he was satisfied with what he had heard from other folks. And we've got to figure out how to get away from this. I think a lot of it, when we talk about civility in politics and about the way people digest information, you know, we can blame a lot of this on the 45th president of the United States. But I think some of this really was embedded in who we are as a country. And we got to find ways to erase that and move forward. I don't know what the answer is today, but I know we got to find it.
I want to bring in Alan Linton. He has a question for you as well, Cam.
First of all, thanks for being here, and as a fellow Morgan Park Mustang, it's always good to see you and
Here
appreciate.
we go,
my man. MP High.
Listen, you know what it is, and I appreciate the work that you did sponsoring the resolution morning for the former football coach Lexi Spurlock, a legend there.
Coach Spurlock was the man.
Great man. He meant so much to me. Yes.
Absolutely.
I wanted to kind of follow up on your point about trust and, you know, your experience talking to a lot of voters, but certainly the person you just mentioned. I think there's so much back and forth and so much dishonesty that it erodes the trust that people can have in elected officials and the information that they're reading in newspapers. And I'm wondering, as someone that has spent time, you know, down in the middle of that cornfield doing a lot of things that are incredibly consequential and having witnessed the Safety Act, something that's tangibly good, it responds to millions of people's needs, be turned into a jumbled mess. How do you see yourself rebuilding that trust, not just in the work that you're doing, but having to rebuild that trust among, you know, you as an elected official, as someone that wants to lead the city of Chicago? How do you go about building that? When there's so much skepticism and negativity out there, when people want to grab onto something where it's not like, let's not just prevent this, but here's the vision I want to sell. Because I think the vision that you have is powerful, but it's hard to get traction if no one trusts you. So how do you see yourself building those bridges of trust with the voters?
And that's real. We talk a lot about lack of trust and the erosion of trust in institutions. Whether they be government entities or whether they be, you know, whatever they may be, healthcare institutions or the legal institutions. And I think we often write them off. When I say we, I mean folks who are sitting in positions like mine. We write them off by saying, you know, this has always been the way it is, so people are pissed. But we don't take any ownership of it, unfortunately. And I think the institutions can only exist based on the people who exist in them, right? And so while at one point I may have been an outsider, now that I'm inside the door, I got to be a part of the solution, right? And that institution can only move to a place where people feel like it's authentic and truthful if folks who are on the inside of that institution present themselves that way, right? And so for me, it's always been a personal obligation and a special responsibility to be able to be accountable and transparent and to put your money where your mouth is, right? I've always said, you know, politicians make promises, leaders keep them. But people have to be able to feel that. But we also can't get discouraged when it doesn't happen after 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 election cycles, right? This stuff has been burnt into our psyche. As I sit here, myself now part of the quote unquote power structure, I still don't trust it, right? And so when I look at that, and I look at the reason that people feel that way, we've got to take that same care to reverse those feelings, but to actually have some receipts to show people that things are different.
Cam Buckner, Illinois State Representative, candidate for mayor of the city of Chicago. Thank you so much for being on the program tonight. We'll talk again soon, I'm
Thank
sure
you all.
of it.
Thank you,
right.
Kim.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kim.
Appreciate y'all.
We're going to take a break. In the midst of us taking the break, there's so much happening right now in these races. It's eye-opening, and it goes to what I said. I think people totally underestimated a very big block of voters, that Gen Z vote is showing up tonight in a lot of different places. We'll take the small break. When we come back, we'll go back into our Zoom room and go around the horn and get everybody caught up on everything. You're listening to Election Night Coverage, November Decision 2022 on Lumpen Radio, WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM, and on lumpentv.org.
Sing it just like that with the gum in your mouth and all of it.
Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. Seduce her, that's right. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. I want to show you what my politics are. I'm a political guy, and I practice what I preach. I'm a political guy, and I practice what I preach. So don't deny me, baby, not while you're in my reach. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. It's a rose, and that's right, that's right. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. I wanted to show you what my politics are. I support the women, I like the girls, though I'm leaning to the right, got to have a man. I support the women, though I'm leaning to the right. But I'm just not there when it comes to a fight. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. Let me honey. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. I wanted to show you what my politics are. Okay, oh, come on back here. Back seat, yes, right. Feels so
WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. I almost said News from the Service Interest the radio show. I knew it was going to happen. But you can catch that on Thursdays starting at 2 p.m. Tonight, it's election night in the United States of America, and this is November Decision 2022. There has been a lot of activity while we were talking to Cam Buckner, and I want to start with Quentin in our Zoom room and get caught up on a lot of these numbers. Q, go at it.
All right, just following up on our earlier Florida conversation, the gap between DeSantis and Chris is now over 10 points, and also Val Demings is down to Marco Rubio by 10 points. I think, with Miami-Dade County being so in favor of Republicans this time around, that this isn't a surprise, and it looks like also DeSantis created 3 new leaning congressional districts, two in the state of Florida. And those also seem to be trending towards Republican as well. I think Florida is not necessarily a bellwether of anything, but just want to point out that those are trending in the direction that a lot of us suspected. But we do have really good numbers out of Georgia and North Carolina. You see Stacey Abrams way up on Kemp. You also see Warnock up on Walker. But just to sort of note there, that the way Georgia, their counties report their numbers, they report a lot of early vote and mail-in ballots first, and the same day numbers have not yet been reported, but you'll see them start coming in over the next hour. So even though they're up in big ways right now, that gap is going to close significantly, and that's the same thing in North Carolina. Really, I think the best state right now that is sort of tracking where things could go tonight is the 3 battles in Virginia, Virginia's 2nd congressional district, 7th, and then 10th districts, where you have Abigail Spanberger in 7, who's in sort of the Arlington area of Virginia. She's down, but a lot of what you see in those numbers are just the opposite of what happens in North Carolina and Georgia. Those are same-day voters, and so you actually see that the Republicans aren't up in enough to say that they definitely are going to win those seats. And then Virginia's 10th district, which is Northern Virginia, you have there where the Republican is only up by 5 points, and no early vote or mail-in ballots have been counted there just yet. And those are always typically trending towards Democrats. So as we look over the next 30 minutes, if those gaps in those Virginia races begin to close in favor of the Democrats, and especially if Democrats are able to hold on to the 2nd and 7th congressional districts in Virginia, I think we could then say that Democrats are probably going to have a much better night than they anticipated. But then if they get blown out of all 3 of these races, then we'll probably can lean towards a red wave. One thing I want to piggyback on what Mario said earlier about the Gen Z. I think a lot of the pollsters did not accurately capture sort of that enthusiasm that younger voters and women, quite frankly, have in this midterm. If you go back to some of the primary races in Kansas and the special elections in Alaska, pollsters did not capture sort of the enthusiasm that showed up, and they were way off in their margins, and that really helped Democrats. So it's going to be a long night. I think we should all just sort of be patient. And I mean, even in an example of in Pennsylvania, there was a lawsuit filed by the Republicans around, counting mail-in ballots in Philadelphia. The only place they filed that lawsuit was in Philadelphia, which is heavily blue. Yep, of course. And they're not the same requirements they're putting Philadelphia through. They aren't requiring for other counties. And this process of it's just a verification process to make sure they aren't double counting votes is a 3-day process. So the most Democratic rich vote in Pennsylvania is probably going to be delayed by another 3 days beyond today. And so if it's a close race in Pennsylvania, we won't know the results at least to the weekend. So that's kind of where we are. No surprise that Rand Paul won re-election in Kentucky. And then it's too close to call in Ohio. So there's some positives for Democrats to take away from. but we're far from over. And I think in the next hour, we'll have another big update.
And I will be holding you to that. Mitchell, real quickly, before we introduce our esteemed colleague and guest, I call her colleague now because she's been in here twice while I was here. Before we introduce Alderman Lee, what are you seeing, Mitchell? And give us a quick rundown. We have 6 minutes left, by the way, to vote. If you haven't voted yet, you got 6 minutes. You're fast. Get out there and run. Go run now, and then come back. We're not.
If you're in line, by the way, when you're voting,
yeah, you can stay in line.
You can stay in line.
Don't get out of line.
Quentin was talking about how it could be a long night with a lot of people waiting in line to vote. It actually has gotten just longer in Houston, Texas. New York Times is reporting that polls in Harris County for Houston will actually be open an extra hour based on an emergency judicial order regarding widespread issues with voting machines and after delayed openings at several centers. So in Houston, the fourth largest city by population in the United States, with a very big, very active demographic, is going to be out even later as a result of this court order.
Were these machines the same machines that did Powerball last night?
Oh yes, they are.
That's what I thought.
All right, that's how they're going to determine the election.
That's my news hat. Just went tingle when I heard machines and delay. I just wanted to make sure we got straight what that was. Yeah.
And we should be clear, that there are usually, this is not nefarious. I mean, there were problems with paper ballots in Pennsylvania. There were reports today here in Chicago that some people did not get the second ballot. Today's election is a 2-ballot election. A number of wards, the judges didn't realize you were supposed to get the retention ballot, which is the second ballot. So, these kind of snafus do happen. There's nothing nefarious about them. They're people that make mistakes. And I think we need to be careful about, how we talk about this stuff because in several places, these kind of fuel wild conspiracy theories that don't help anybody. Pennsylvania, as Mitchell mentioned, Houston's going to stay open later. Pennsylvania polls are also staying open now until 10 o'clock after a similar order because of apparently a lack of paper ballots. These things do happen, especially in high turnout elections. And here in Chicago, we do have some numbers coming in. Our ward here, the 11th, is voting around 35%. The city is closer to 40.
Wow.
On the north side, it's closer to 50.
Wow.
Okay. On the west side, which is typically not a place where people really go out and vote, some of those wards are also showing as high as 50%. So I think you are seeing a real energy here in voting this year due to certain Supreme Court decisions. I think also due to some pocketbook issues. And I think that, all night long we're going to be talking about this. And it's going to be a wild ride.
Is there a Trump effect, you think? Is there a Trump fatigue and people not wanting to go back into that part of the life that we lived for the last 4 years?
I think it's an interesting question because I think that there is, and I think there's some fatigue on the part of Republicans, but I don't think that there is a fatigue on the part of Trumpist candidates, and I think we need to be very clear on that. The MAGA Republicans are only increasing, and the difference, which is interesting to me, I'm not sure Donald Trump actually believes half the stuff that's coming out of his mouth. I do think people like Christy Lake do believe it.
Right.
And I think there's a real difference. We do have some candidates now. We've gone from the opportunists to now people who are, I think, actually seriously in a different reality. And
that's a good way of putting it.
And I don't want to impugn anybody's political views or impugn anybody for voting, but I obviously don't agree with this stuff. I think it's very dangerous that we have a series of candidates now who are actively and openly trying to deny people the power to vote and are saying that if we don't like how you voted and we feel based on spurious information that you've stolen the election, we're just going to reverse it. And I think you're going to see that first. And Alan already mentioned this earlier tonight. I think you're going to see this in Wisconsin. I think we could have some serious problems in neighboring states. Indiana also is kind of teetering on that edge as well. It is always dangerous, in my opinion, when you have a supermajority of just one party in any state. And I think you can criticize Illinois Democrats over the years for not having the greatest track record when they have a supermajority in terms of corruption and some other things. I will say the difference, however, that I've seen between the Democrats and the Republicans is the Democrats actually try to help people and try to pass laws and try to govern.
Right.
I may not agree with some of the things they're doing, but they do try to do it. I do worry that we're getting into a situation which is just a pure power play, and I worry that in some states we're not going to have any effects for the next couple of years at all. Alan.
I think just to put a finer point on that, we're at a stage where if you look at even just the last year, between January 6th, gun violence and crime, abortion, the range of more extreme candidates out there tonight, among other elements, is going to be a real test of, is it all about partisanship? And I agree that the opportunists have moved, and you have core believers that are out here, and they are basing their candidacy on, at the end of the day, do you want me as a partisan to be endorsing the ideas and vision that you have in Congress, in the State House? The fact that you have 23 Republican trifectas, both chambers of the State House and governorships, compared to 14 Democrats and then 13 split state houses across the country, speaks to that. You have more extreme candidates, and with all the issues that we said would be defining issues, turning point issues, threats to democracy, what you're going back to is seeing a core set of voters that are willing to barter or trade away a lot of values if it means that I can exclude these audiences, I can prevent and interrupt these ballot measures. And the fact that you have 291 folks on the ballot, almost exclusively Republicans, that are election deniers or question the 2020 election, some of the same people that are saying if they don't win, then they may have to question the results of this election. You're setting up a precedent where you're undermining the fabric. And Mario, to your earlier point, I think that goes beyond Trump, because the fomenting of that type of disinformation, the fomenting of that xenophobia, the anti-Semitism, the the racism out there across the board, and a collective will to kind of center around a small minority of people that will then govern broadly the lives and fates of others. That is a real big issue. And so I think tonight, among the other issues, we're going to get a real test of how much of these core issues and the fundamentals, the morals of the country are up for the grabs, and how much of this is a blind loyalty to partisanship and witnessing the damage when you have a small minority of extreme candidates. And in some cases, Jamie alluded to earlier, you had Democrats wanting to bolster these extreme candidates because the thought was that it would be easier to defeat them. That works in primary season, that logic. It is now November 8th. The partisans have gone home to the bases, and we're going to have a real test of looking at turnout, but also what matters more. Is it the red versus blue, or is it actually going to be the issues that matter in this country? And I'm worried. I like the earlier results, but I'm worried that we're going to find that partisans going to win out in the worst possible way.
We are listening to WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. You are listening to continuing election coverage. We're going to get to our guest, Nicole Lee. She is the sitting alderwoman, or aldermom as she likes to call herself, of the 11th Ward. However, AP has just declared Tammy Duckworth. Tammy Duckworth has been reelected to the U.S. Senate. AP has also declared the race for J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker has been reelected governor in the state of Illinois.
I don't think either of those are surprises.
They are not surprises. Some of the other races, however, could be surprising tonight. And we will get a lot of races down the ballot, and we'll talk about that. And, of course, the Workers' Rights Amendment is going to be one that we're going to keep an eye on tonight. Nicole, thanks so much for coming down the street and joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Really appreciate it. Nicole, before we kind of get in, your election season actually starts tomorrow. You know what I mean? You are running, and of course, Gabriel's running for the 5th as well, so we've got 2 alderman candidates here. Can you talk a little bit about the environment in city council? Because Mari and I were talking before the show. 16 people have dropped out, including one you replaced. There's been a tremendous amount of turnover. Can you talk a little bit about, you've been in office now, 6-8 months. Can you talk a little bit about the environment that you walked into there and what your sense is with, a third of the city council, being different possibly by the next term?
Well, on the one hand, it's going to be pretty amazing to have seniority over 15 other people walking in the door. Just saying. Right. I think I asked a few of my colleagues as people were starting to announce that they weren't going to be seeking re-election or retiring, what do you know that I don't? Because I'm running into the burning building while you're running away. Yeah. And I think people are leaving for a lot of different reasons. A good number of them have been serving since 2003. So 5 terms. And I think folks want to do some other things. I think it's a really great opportunity for the city at the end of the day to have some fresh perspectives on the city council. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work with some new colleagues too. I'll miss lots of them because by and large everybody's been really good to me, and I appreciate the wisdom of having served for as long as some of my colleagues have, and they are very excited for me, and have really reinforced for me that I'm the right person in the right place at the right time.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that because you've overseen. There's been a lot going on in the 11th Ward, and it's been kind of a sprint. You've broken ground, and the Bosley Park Holden School project is nearing completion. The Remova project is underway and nearing completion, and I would have to add there is a significant fight coming up over a Southside High School as well. You're in support of it. I know Representative Teresa Ma is not, and I do want to get into that. But can you take our listeners down some of the things that you really had to hit the ground running? So can you talk a little bit about what you've been able to accomplish in the short time you've been in office?
There was a treadmill that I jumped onto at a pretty high speed when I took over the position here. So, I think aside from just understanding what the role is and what it is to be the alderman of the 11th Ward, picking up and making sure that the things that were already rolling continued to move. And that was one of my biggest priorities. Moving into the ward office and being able to have a smooth transition meant that the residents of the 11th Ward weren't disserviced because of a transition. So getting up to speed and really moving things along was a really big focus of mine. So as you mentioned, Bosley should have been done a little bit sooner, but because of some circumstances out of everybody's control, a little matter of a strike that happened over the summer that interrupted most of the construction projects. And the Remova, as you said, and I think very exciting about the Remova, that was a project that was greenlit, I think, back in 2018 or 19. And they had a budget set, and fast forward to 2022, and as we know, the price of everything has gone up. So when the developers came to us and let us know what was going on, we went back to the city and we were able to secure some additional funding to ensure that project would be on time and will be completed by next summer.
I'd like to ask you about the budget that was passed yesterday in the city council, 32-18, I believe, passing of the budget. It's no secret Mayor Lightfoot is running for re-election. Timing is everything. It happened the day before the election. It's a very big issue to have out there to say that she got a budget passed. Was there anything in that? And I don't know how you voted, and I dare ask how you voted?
Oh, sure. I voted yes. It's a matter of public record.
What is it in this budget that will make voters look at her and say, okay, there's money allocated for this or there's money allocated for that? What were the things in the budget that spoke most to you?
Well, I sat through all of the budget hearings, so because
you are brave.
I serve on the budget committee, and I think I sat through all but a couple of departments, and it was a great educational process for somebody who's a freshman alderman to really understand the sort of inner workings of each of these departments. I think infrastructure for CDOT. I mean, there's a pretty big capital budget that was approved. The Chicago Works. Well, we get $1.5 million every year for each ward for menu infrastructure projects, regardless of the size of your ward. And the general advice that CDOT gives you is submit at least $3.5 million worth of projects, so that we can figure out. Once we get engineering estimates and everything like that, what can be prioritized? Because not every project's going to get done. Green alleys is a sore spot for me, and I think for every alderman in the city of Chicago. So infrastructure was one that I thought was really important, because that whatever the capital budget is, that's not coming out of the 1.5 for the ward. So that's on top of the 1.5. So that's good news, I think, for every ward, including the 11th. And I expressed to the CDOT Commissioner Giabiagi Took her on a tour of the ward and let her know where I think some of our biggest problem spots are. We've got a lot of poorly lit blocks, and that's a very basic safety thing. That's something easy that I think we can take care of if we have the right resources to do that. Same with like viaducts as well.
And we talked to you, what was it, the day or two after you became alderman of the 11th? How's it been going for you?
It's been good. I mean, like I said, I feel like I jumped onto a treadmill that was moving at a pretty high speed.
Yeah.
But, what I've probably enjoyed the most is really just being out in the community and meeting people, really listening and hearing what their concerns are, connecting with people just and their enthusiasm for my being their alderman.
And it is a contested race, though, coming up. I mean, there are several declared candidates, multiple, at least five that I can think of. Is it 7 now?
There are at least 7 people that I think are passing petitions right now.
Petitions, yeah.
Jamie, I don't mean to interrupt. MSNBC is calling the race for both Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, that's not a surprise, of course, in Florida. Not a surprise. But getting back to this, I mean, it is a contested election. And, Nicole, I mean, this will be your first contested election. You've got basically a 60-day sprint because, I mean, the holidays do break this up. You're going to be in February. Can you talk a little bit about how you're approaching this process? Because, I mean, you've been a fairly low-key, get-things-done kind of alderman. You know what I mean? As opposed to, I think, some aldermen, whose names I will not mention, who spend a lot of time on camera and don't actually pave the streets. And I will point out, thank you, by the way, for paving the street over next to Co-Prosperity Sphere so my car doesn't fall in the potholes next to Armour School. Thank you. Right. That only took 10 years. But can you talk a little bit about that? I think that's a different sort of skill, being a retail politician. And some of your opponents are out and passing petitions every day. First of all, are you worried about that? Or how are you going to approach this season?
So, first of all, I'm glad I got it over the hump since you were waiting 10 years.
Thank you.
And that's probably a lot of what we're most proud of is that we have been able to get projects just like your street out here across the finish line. So as far as your question goes about how am I approaching it, you're right. I am a little bit more low key. I don't seek the limelight. I'm not uncomfortable in it, but I have a job to do here. My job is to take care of the residents of the 11th Ward. And really the first 5 months, I was super focused on understanding what that actually meant and making sure that we were doing everything that we could to do right by our residents. I've been out knocking doors as well. It's a little hard to knock doors every single day when I'm trying to focus on also doing the job. I know I've done things a little backwards in this way. Am I concerned? I think the one way we can look at this is it's pretty incredible that 7 other people actually want to do this job. I can say that now that I've been in it. It is not for the faint of heart. Gabriel, it's not for the faint of heart. And it's a lot. It's a lot to take on. And I know I'm up to the task. I know that is the case. And I've met a handful of the other people that are circulating. And like I said, I think it's great that people actually want to be engaged. So I think while I wish there weren't maybe as many for my personal reasons, obviously, I'm excited for the 11th Ward. We've got, this race is open like it hasn't been in the past, and I think people are excited about that. So, I'm ever hopeful that we get a really great turnout. I'm looking forward to getting to, engage with some of the other candidates once we see who gets on the ballot, and really having some discussions about priorities for the ward, what sort of things need to get done, and where the community wants to see us long term.
I wonder, too, whether their political culture matters in terms of flashy alderman versus get the job done alderman. And I have a sense, although I don't obviously know your ward as well as you do, I have a sense that you have at least a couple of neighborhoods that are kind of known for just really wanting things delivered and are less interested in the pomp and the kind of flashy stuff. And they just want to know, am I going to get this pothole fix that I've been complaining about? Am I going to get this school that we've been trying to get? And that, I think, in some places can work to your disadvantage because the person who's flashy and is just complaining and criticizing all the time, they'll get attention in a certain kind of neighborhood. But in other neighborhoods, I think it's more, kind of like bread and butter. And again, I don't know the neighborhoods as well as you do, but I do kind of get the sense when I'm hanging around, when I'm talking to people in Bridgeport and other neighborhoods in 11, that really there's more interest in, I just want to see stuff working. That's what I care about.
I think that's a really great point. I mean, I think that's the thing about being an alderman, right? I am of the belief that our jobs as alders is to take care of the residents, and these are really basic things, like you said, rats, garbage, potholes, the streets, my alleys flooding. Because if you can't take care of those things, you don't really earn the right to really, I think, engage at a higher level on bigger overarching issues. Now, the job is like 2 full-time jobs, right? You've got the constituent services in the ward, everyday stuff that just needs to get done, and it's like boom, boom, boom every day. And then there's the role that you have on the city council, which obviously has bigger implications for the entire city, and that is yet another facet of this job that is just, it's such a big responsibility.
Yeah. Nicole, we're going to come back to you in 1 second. We do have some breaking news. Wes Moore, a Democrat, has defeated a far-right Republican in Maryland.
Nice.
He is going to become just the 3rd black governor of any state.
Amazing.
And I do want to toss it to Alan and the panel to get a comment on this, because this does, first of all, is this a bellwether for tonight's results, or is this an outlier, guys? Quentin and Alan.
I think from what I said, it's a positive sign. I think it speaks to the prevalence and prominence of stronger or relatively stronger candidates that the Democrats are fielding, and I think it could be a sign of a couple things. One, the idea that it will be a blanket red wave, I think it's pretty overstated. We've talked about that earlier. I think it may be a red night, but not a wave election. I think the second element is, and I think it's a larger point for the Democrats, a lesson that they could learn, is that a wider range of candidates that can be seen as electable is going to resonate with the modern day realities of the demographics of the country today and going forward. I think there's a narrow band historically on who's electable in what states, and I think you're going to see some new wins across the board that should open up the candidate pool, and where you see Democrats running stronger candidates, that can be the foundation for success for the party going forward. But I'll turn it over to Quentin, because I know he has really good thoughts here.
Yeah, so I've actually been living in Maryland for the last year. And so I've been on the front lines of seeing Wes Moore come to the primary. The organization I work for actually endorsed him. And so I'm not surprised at all. And to Ellen's point, I think this should give Democrats the confidence to be bold and have more diverse candidates. They've always had this sort of like, well, can they win statewide? And this is, we've seen Barack Obama do it in Illinois. We have Wes Moore in Maryland, and it's not just simply, well, these are really 2 blue states. It's all about organizing and galvanizing those pockets of, diverse voters. And that's what you saw the Maryland Democrats do here this election cycle. We've seen Illinois Democrats do that. And so I do think that it'll give Democrats that confidence. And you actually saw it in this election cycle. There was a lot of diverse candidates from Val Demings, even though she didn't do well, but they weren't afraid to endorse her or, sort of like give her the coronation in the primary. So I'm excited about Wes Moore and what he's going to do. And the other part of that is usually when they have diverse candidates, they have extensive backgrounds in politics, or they've been at the state level or the city level, whatever. Wes Moore, this is his first time running for anything, and so not only did he win his first time, this is a pretty important state, and it's a switch from Hogan, who was a Republican before him, and so I'm really excited to see what he does. He's somebody I've been following for a while.
Many, many years ago, in 2010, I had Wes Moore on News from the Service Interest, and he was talking about his book, The Other Wes Moore.
That's right.
And he is an amazing dude, and he has a vision for that state that I think is going to resonate around the country, not just in that region.
Well, I think Quentin's made a very good point. We should also note, by the way, we've got another declared winner. Maura Healey will become the first elected woman governor of Massachusetts. She's also going to become the country's first openly lesbian governor. That representation is something we've been talking about. And it's interesting. I actually kind of want to bring Nicole back in, because, Nicole, you were not from a political background. You were working at United Airlines. You had a very good job. And then for some dumb reason, you decided you would give that up and become the alderman of the 11th Ward. But, I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about here. You were an outsider, no political experience. No, you had a connection, a family connection to the ward. You grew up in Chinatown. But you were not the traditional 11th Ward power person. You became the first Chinese-American person to represent this ward. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I happen to agree with these guys. We don't necessarily have a diverse bunch of candidates. And I think what Mario and I keep hearing from political candidates is, well, there's not enough bench. You know what I mean? There's not enough bench of Democrats going forward. Is that because Democrats don't have confidence in people who look like you and come from your background? Or is it because Democrats are not aware of what they really have in this big tent?
You know, so yes, you were probably talking to my mother and my son about this crazy thing that I did. Yeah, we were not going to touch that one for now. I think it's a little bit of both, Jamie. I mean, that's part of the reason that I decided to throw my hat in the ring, because we didn't have a deep bench. We didn't have a stable of Asian American leaders that were just like being groomed and ready to be put forward like this. I felt like I could do a good job. I mean, just with the skills that I have, I'm a fairly decent communicator, can connect pretty well with people. And I just, at the end of the day, when I started to hear some names of people that were trying to get in, I thought to myself, would I be okay with any of these people representing me? And at the end of the day, when the answer to that question was like, no, well, what are you going to do about it? You know, and that is, I was left with, if not me, who? And if not now, when? And I think that's the question. That's really what I'm trying to inspire in the Asian American community. We need to inspire more young people to seek out careers and to look at this as an opportunity to serve one's community. This is what I shared with my 15-year-old son when he told me this was the dumbest thing. He thought, this is the dumbest thing you've ever done or I've ever heard of. You're going to make less money. You're going to work more hours. We're not going to fly around anywhere. And now we have to be in public life. Like, seriously, Mom, what's going on? And I just said to him, I said, buddy, this is way bigger than just me. All right, we'll be okay. And nobody that looks like us has ever served on the city council of the city of Chicago. The city is 185 years old. The first Chinese arrived here more than 150 years ago. And here we are, for the first time on the cusp of an Asian majority ward at that time. And I said, now's our time, and I know I can do a good job to represent our community. And if the mayor offers it to me, I'm going to say yes.
Right.
But I do think that there's a lot of work to do to really get people inspired and motivated, because if we don't have good people that want to take on the jobs of being alderman, to be a state rep, to take elected office, we're going to be left with what we've had.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point. I mean, we're in an interesting situation in this ward where we had, I would say, a very monochromatic representation for a long time. We have you now. We have Teresa Ma. We are starting to see more people stepping up and representing the number of communities that we actually have in the 11th Ward. I think people may not know this, but the 11th Ward was not once the most diverse ward in Chicago. It was basically a sundown community, and now it is the most diverse ward. It's an incredible transition that we've seen here. And I wonder if that transition, though, has fostered the sense that different people are able to do different things, because I feel that in so many races in so many other parts of this state and other parts of this country, there's that barrier to entry because there aren't people who look different. And I think Cam was kind of getting at this a little while ago when we first talked to him in our first hour. He mentioned that, there are black players that can be held up as college football players, and that's it. And right. You get these things that go around, and the other pictures of them are mugshots. And, black men are put into two categories in this way. And you can't see them as a politician, a leader, even though we've had a black president. You know what I mean? So I think we've been talking about this all night as well. One of the things that's very disappointing about this particular election is just how race to the bottom racist it has been. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, Nicole, I know we can't keep you much longer, but this ward did have a history of racism. I don't think there's any question about that at all. And it is an incredible turnaround to see you sitting in that seat, and I think a lot of people in 11th Ward are very proud of that. But can you talk a little bit about, if that still impacts you and this ward? This ward did vote for Trump, after all. I mean, it was one of the few outliers that did not vote with the rest of the country, not with the rest of the state, I should say, and the rest of the city. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I do think that is still a third rail in this ward.
Yeah, I think that's a really accurate way to put it. The ward, I think, trends conservative in terms of its view. With the focus on safety, and I'll start there, right? So I live in the northern part of the ward. I live on a border between 11 and 25, literally across.
You live in suburban Bridgeport.
I do.
Didn't know there was such a thing.
This is beautiful downtown Bridgeport.
And we've seen continued high crime levels. Our proximity to the Chinatown feeder ramp makes it a real easy getaway. And I think, unfortunately, we are seen as pretty low-hanging fruit as far as criminals go, in terms of what we're sort of known for, which is really unfortunate. So that, I think, makes us somewhat unique among other, maybe compared to other wards that, one of our neighbors has stated that he doesn't want more police. And I said, well, I'm raising my hands to say, we like the police, we like what they've been doing, and they need more help. The crime in the Beat 914 in the 9th District has continued to be high. And there's been violent crime too. It's not just been, a mugging here, a pickpocket there. It's been a lot of different stuff, and we've had, murders and attempted murders. Yeah. So, you can't ignore that. And both things can be true, right? It can be true that, reform is necessary, and we want to be able to provide as many resources as possible. I'm not opposed to, the conversation around treatment versus trauma. But it's not a zero-sum game at the end of the day. It's not that sort of trade-off. But that's what we have in the ward is we've got, the ward has been trending Asian for a long time, right? Even before the remap, it was in the high 40s. So this ward has been evolving, and what an incredible time for me. And it's not lost on me, the significance of my being appointed and serving right now. And my goal at this point to be the first duly elected Chinese American to represent the ward. I couldn't have imagined this, my 12-year-old self walking, down the street that I used to live on, and I ran across two smaller kids that, called me some names. Yeah. Hey, you Chinaman, what are you doing here on my block? And I was like, I used to live in this house right here. And the moxie in these kids to walk up to me, spit on my shoes and hit me with a hockey stick and just ran off. I just stood there. That wasn't a time to try to fight. And even as recently as during COVID, I had somebody tell me that I should go back to where I came from. And I'm like, well, that would be this house right behind me. We used to own this street. What are you doing here? So a lot of that is very real. And I don't think that we can't ignore that, right? I think the thing that we can't continue to do is to step over that sort of racism, frankly. And that's not, and we have to acknowledge it across the board. Every single one of us, I don't care what color you are. Yeah. That's a conversation we have to be willing to have, or we're not going to get anywhere as a society. It's certainly not what I want for my children.
Right. We can't keep you all night, Nicole, but there's so many other things we could talk about. Obviously, we'll probably have you back on when your election campaign starts. The one thing, I do want to just real quickly, we have had a huge homeless problem of late, unfortunately, in the ward, and I think that's affecting the entire city. I don't think that's a secret. One of the things we talk about quite often on this show with Mario is the fact that there aren't a lot of mental health resources in the city anymore. And that's something that's very close to me as well, because I've had personal experience with that, unfortunately, at a family level, and it's awful to go through the hospital system that we have to get loved ones mental health treatment. Can you just, this is a much bigger conversation, but when we see so many people sitting out in front of the Walgreens on Halsted, freezing, You know what I mean? Obviously suffering from substance problems, but also mental health problems, but also basic neglect. Is there something an alderman can do about that? Is that something that the city needs to do, should be doing something about, can be doing something about?
Well, I'm going to say yes to all of that. So Mario, you asked me earlier about the budget, and that the budget does have additional funding for mental health and to focus on homelessness as well, and really doing rapid rehousing. Now, I think one of the biggest challenges that I've seen, the protocol these days is if you have homeless, like an encampment in your ward, one of the things that you do is you call the Department of Family and Social Services, Support Services, and they come out and they have engagement with the individuals that are in the encampment, because it's not illegal. It's not illegal to sleep on the parkway, and homeless, the unhoused and the homeless have rights with their property and everything like that. So they're offered a lot of different services and wraparound services. There are different levels of engagement. We've had a couple of level 2 engagements in the 11th ward that I think have been fairly successful.
Can you just talk about what that is? What's a level 2 engagement?
Yeah, a level 2 engagement really is where all of the wraparound services come. So the public health department comes out along with DFSS, along with streets and sanitations as well. If you've seen any of these homeless encampments, they generate a lot of waste. And through the goodness of a lot of people's hearts, they're donating items, they're dropping things off, and not everything is usable, frankly. So, and there's no place to store anything. So as you can imagine, it starts to become a public safety and public health issue as well. So the idea really is that you bring to this conversation from the health department, like physical health as well as mental health. So trying to get people to the right resources to begin to treat what they need to and what they are willing to. And this is the other thing, right? This is all about free will. And a lot of people will turn down services because what we have is a system that I think is probably not as flexible as it could be. I mean, we talked a little bit about this at City Council during the budget vote. Alderman Kappelman actually talked about low barrier shelters. If you are a person living on the street and you have a cat or a dog, you can't bring that companion with you into a shelter. You might have a partner who you're not married to. And like a lot of shelters have these rules. So I think there's a lot more conversation that we need to have. And it's not just about conversation, but the conversation needs to be followed by actions. Because we have a problem that is that we can no longer kick the can on.
We've been speaking with Nicole Lee. She is the aldermom of the 11th Ward. She is running for re-election. Nicole, thank you so much for being with us here tonight. We're going to turn it back to the panel because obviously so many more results are coming in.
Yep.
And we'll hand it back to Mario. What's going on?
Well, there's so much. I am watching with great interest what is happening in the south of the United States, in Georgia and in particularly in Georgia. It looks like it's going to be too close to call tonight, maybe. Another race that everybody's looking at is Pennsylvania, where it's too early to call, and Fetterman is putting it on Dr. Oz, but those results are all coming from Philadelphia. They're not coming from anywhere else in the state, unfortunately. But nonetheless, it is very interesting to note that Fetterman's lead is not small. It is, at this point, very big. In the Illinois races, of course, J.B. Pritzker and Tammy Duckworth, and it looks like Kwame Raoul as well are going to all be back in their jobs. But I am seeing what Alan mentioned earlier. Not a wave, but a red night. I think a lot of framing by the American news media, Gabriel, will make you think that it is pointless and hopeless to go out and vote and to participate. I think what we're seeing with the numbers that are starting to come in from around the country now, people voted.
Right.
And we had, 43 million early votes. And people voted today. A lot of people voted today. I think that bears well for the part of democracy that doesn't seem to fail, which is the idea of going out and casting a ballot. To that end, what we're also witnessing tonight is that Republicans seem to be having a pretty substantial effect, deserved or earned or not, on tonight's election. How does this work if indeed we have a Senate and a House that are controlled by Republicans, you think?
That's a good question. You know, I have to say, although I root against anything like what we went through when Trump was president, I also recognize that realistically America works in an interesting way collectively. And one of the things that we do is experiment with this balance of power between the presidency and the Congress. And it's pretty typical, actually, for us collectively to say, all right, we'll give you a second. For a hot minute, you got all of it. Now, what are you going to do with it?
Right.
And then we take it away. We did it with Obama. I mean, there's a long list of presidents that we've done this with. And although it terrifies me, on the other hand, it's kind of how our process works pretty consistently. And there's a difference between the lunatic that was president and admittedly, this whole party is kind of crappy. But if we're real honest, there are problems with both parties.
Yeah, to say the least.
Right.
To say the least. To say the very least. And I think a lesson could be learned from Wes Moore winning in Maryland to do, fellas, in the Zoom room, because that's a candidate that absolutely, if there's anybody that represents the part of America people don't like talking about, it's Wes Moore. Baltimore,
Right.
His childhood was wild. He was not a super great student. He was in a lot of turmoil in his home and outside of his home. And he's the governor of Maryland tonight. You know, I mean, the way that the world works is weird. I can't tell you how many times I pretended to do this show when I was a child, and I'm actually doing it for the 1 billionth time. So, I mean, the idea that change is always in effect is being played out a little bit tonight. To the Zoom room, gentlemen, starting with Alan, what am I looking at or what am I missing as I do my hand this way on Lumpen TV?
Well, you don't miss much, Mario. I think a couple points to really expand on that I'm watching. One is it's been a point that's been repeatedly kind of hammered home around a demographic shift, and it should note on the GOP side, you're seeing more women at the state level and running for governorships as well as senatorially. Women in the GOP and women in politics, from the research side of things, used to be more moderate. But like with many things in terms of framing over the years, there's been a shift to be more extreme. And so in truth and in fact, you're dealing with a situation where, with more moderates out, they're advocating for more stronger, more far-right positions on a range of issues. And I think that's showing up on the polls tonight. The second big thing to notice is early reports out of Nevada show a low turnout day. For Democrats, and so that's going to be something to watch in a key race. And finally, to your original point about a GOP House or Senate, you have gridlock, and I think Democrats knew, and I think any party that's in charge knows that when you have the chambers, it's a 2-year sprint, and you got to get as much done as possible. Productivity is going to be shut down. You're going to have more frivolous investigations. You're going to be fermenting the sense of even debasing the idea of impeachment if what comes out. And so the seriousness of issues starts to change. It goes back to, again, consistently, what are going to be the ways that both parties can turn out not just their base, but the other side, and being realistic about that. Mm-hmm. I think Obama, when he ran successfully, Joe Biden winning successfully in 2020, they both came in with an optimism that, while refreshing and inspiring, ran into a wall or a freight train of reality, which is partisanship and divide and hate and othering and the fears that can then lead to inspiring voting.
Mitchell
And
Stepan.
so ultimately,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say, ultimately, I think there's going to be a real question over realistically what you can get done and being honest about is this going to be a situation where you can motivate and try to go across the aisle, or are you going to be spending more time trying to build and expand the base that you have with the candidates and promoting bolder ideas to meet the moment? So you give people something to grab onto instead of saying, we're not this other party. We're going to be not the part, not the opposition. What are you giving people that speak to them, cutting across the big tent nature of the Democratic Party, and then recognizing places where you need to grow? Looking at Nevada turnout, looking at around Miami-Dade, the way that area has flipped, and in some of these tight Senate races, I think there's going to be a real question of what can be next for the Democratic Party if the GOP has both chambers of Congress.
Mitchell.
I'm watching a little bit of history that's unfolding, and Oklahoma is the state we have to thank for this, to some surprise, but not really so much. Mark Wayne Mullen has been called as the senator filling Jim Inhofe's old seat. He is going to be the first Cherokee to serve in the U.S. Senate, and only the fourth person of Native descent ever in the U.S. Senate. And he's being elected tonight.
You know what? I don't mean to cut you off. That to me just seems the most American thing ever, to make sure that the indigenous people have absolutely no say in what goes on the land that belongs to them. That's frightening. That is, you said the fourth ever?
Only the fourth. Ben Nyhorst Campbell was the last out of Colorado, who actually got elected as a Democrat and switched parties.
Well, of course.
Actually left as a Republican, and he's been the last. There has been no one until tonight to fill that role.
That's stunning to me.
Curtis was a registered CAW out of Kansas and actually was vice president. He was Herbert Hoover's vice president.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And he served 2 terms in the Senate.
That is stunning.
That's been it.
That would be
tonight.
A
little bit of history that we're seeing here.
That smacks of apartheid almost, where Rhodesia, now South Africa, was a majority of black people, Africans, and the Afrikaners ran everything for a long time. That is wow. What else are you watching that we should be keeping an eye on?
I am also seeing that. We now have the first Gen Z person serving in the U.S. House. This is out of Florida, even though it is a very Republican night for Florida, given the breakdown of demographics there. We are seeing the first person of a Gen Z 25-year-old, now I think setting the record for the youngest person to actually sit in Congress. Breaking AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's record.
That would be Frost.
Frost, yes, thank you.
And that is they are
Maxwell Frost, yes.
They are calling him across the board on everything that I'm watching on my computer that is about to die. Before it does,
you plug it in.
I am going to plug it into something. Before it does, Quentin, what are we doing in terms of the Senate races? How are they looking on the East Coast so far?
Yeah, so I think first of all, I'm really excited that Maxwell Frost is elected. It's good to see the next generation getting involved in politics and starting to make their voices known. So shout out to him and his team. Still too close to call. I think nearly 2 hours in that we can finally declare this whole red wave myth dead. Certainly in Pennsylvania, you see the early vote. Those early numbers are mail-in ballots coming from Allegheny County and Philadelphia County, and we see Fetterman getting 86% of those mail-ins, which sort of sets the trend of what you're going to see. And we know there's tens of thousands more mail-ins that both Allegheny and Philadelphia will be reporting. And so his number is so high, it's like, where does Oz make up that difference?
Right.
So it's looking really good for Fetterman. Pennsylvania is one of those states that could have a split ticket. Shapiro There was no doubt about whether Shapiro was going to win the governorship. He's very popular in that state. There was that concern that maybe Shapiro will be governor, but then Oz will be the senator. And it seems that Shapiro and Fetterman are running neck and neck, which is a really good sign for Democrats. Everything is really still too close to call. If they pick up this Fetterman seat, Democrats would then have a 51 to 49 majority, which at that point, Joe Manchin is less important. I know we spent 2 years talking about that guy. And that makes it possible that, there's been this push to suspend the filibuster, and all of a sudden you would have enough votes to maybe potentially have that. There's some debates whether that's a good thing or not. But that would be on the table. I think Sherry Beasley in North Carolina is performing far better than anybody expected. I said that at the top, that I think that'll be a little closer than because the energy on the ground, people were saying, there's some people really excited about her, and those numbers are showing up. Even though there's 55% and the Republican is gaining on her. But like I said, it is a lot tighter. So there's a lot still to happen throughout the night. If this was a red wave, a lot of this stuff would be over already.
Exactly.
And we're not seeing that. Democrats are holding their own. And I think that's a really good sign for where our political engagement is. People are voting. There's a whole bunch of mail-in ballots. My ballot is in the mail. So I can attest that there's a lot more votes coming out. And just to sort of speak to some points earlier about the House of Representatives reaching across that aisle to make policy, that's my daily work. And I can tell you, Kevin McCarthy and the Republicans have no interest in governing and working across the aisle. So if they take the House, it is going to be gridlock. The only thing that we'll have is hopefully a Senate that could sort of push back on anything. And obviously we'll have Biden with the veto power, but it will be gridlock. And hopefully what Biden has done in this 2-year span is enough for the Democrats to run on in 2024.
I want to ask you about that really quickly. I could table it for now, but I do want to have it in your mind, Joe Biden running in 24. How realistic is that? And if not him or Kamala Harris, who might be the Democrat that can supplant this Joe Biden?
You mean the other guy whose initials start with JB?
Yeah, and I don't think he's doing it.
Yeah, I think that is a complex answer to that. I think if Biden does not run for re-election, he needs to announce that next week.
You would think, right?
Yeah, so the Democrats can have enough time to, groom somebody and get somebody to be the front runner. But I do get the sense that Biden is sort of enjoying being president. No surprise there.
A lot. A whole lot.
A whole lot. And, he can claim that he got a bipartisan infrastructure bill passed for the first time in, 2 decades. So he's got a lot of big victories, and I think that he's leaning towards that re-election. And I don't think that there would be a lot of support within the party to nominate his vice president if he decided not to run for re-election. That's a longer conversation that we can dive into later.
Well, I mean, one of the things I was curious about is it doesn't seem like Biden's gotten a lot of credit for things he's done. And there seems to be a strange disconnect because there's obviously not a ton of enthusiasm for Joe Biden, which I personally find a little mystifying. I'm not exactly, wanting to go out and, go hula dancing with the guy. But, I mean, he does seem like a competent president. And after 4 years of incompetence, I would think that he looks better. And as you noted, Quentin, he does have some significant legislative wins. Now, did he get the big wins that I think progressives wanted? No. But, I mean, I can't think of any president that has, gotten those kind of big wins
ever. Obama, I think, really was in a way one of the last ones that got it with the ACA, a real, ground-changing thing. And I think, as you point out, Quentin, the infrastructure bill is massive. That's a huge thing. This is one of the biggest investments we've ever had in the fabric of our country. So why is it that there's this disconnect between Diamond Joe and the voters at large?
Yeah, I think several things. Joe Biden, I don't think ever really was the quote unquote sexy pick, even in 2020. He was always supposed to be the steady hand, right? And he's come in and done exactly that. And I think the other part of that is his team hasn't necessarily sold his accomplishments in a way that really highlights how significant and historic some of this stuff is. And they've been downplaying it. And I think Joe Manchin, to the detriment of Democrats, has taken a lot of the wind out of his sails. It's been really about Joe Manchin constantly. It's always about getting his vote. And strategically, the White House allowed Joe Manchin to actually do that because, like inside the Beltway, we know Manchin has a huge ego. And by allowing him to be the face of domestic policy, allowed to get that 50th vote that Democrats needed to pass this these historical bills. And so I think that in the short term, that was the right thing to do to get that vote. But long term, that sort of hurt Biden's ability to take sole credit for the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, getting us out of COVID, and really setting us up for the next decade of infrastructure investment and new job creation and bringing some jobs from overseas back home. And hopefully his administration takes that turn this next 2 years and really sell what he's been doing.
Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, it makes me laugh to think about how similar the story is after the first 2 years of Barack Obama. Signature achievements legislatively, followed by more immediate concerns, and then running away or not highlighting the policy achievements themselves. It's clear that that Biden and the Democrats are experiencing a really tough environment with inflation as high as it is. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a touch and feel issue that everyone can relate to when you go and put gas in your car, go buy groceries. At the same time, you have historic legislation that Quentin talked about that ads weren't being run on many of the components of the Inflation Reduction Act. Of them, the most core component has been focused around lowering prescription drug prices, which will go into effect in the future. And so, it's a tough place to build momentum and excitement on top of trying to ride whatever the wave of the moment is. Obviously, the post-Dobbs decision and the enthusiasm around trying to rally around protecting and expanding access to abortion. But I do think, though, it does raise a question about, in a world where the president's not as popular, are there different ways to raise the accomplishments that the Democrats were able to achieve? No, they were not the grand accomplishments that we thought, but we knew it was going to be a difficult task with a Senate so tight, and you had structuralists that were blocking up the process. It's very easy for the same Democrats at the beginning of the first 2 years of the Biden administration to want the left and the progressives to not talk about filibuster reform, not have an ambitious package, and then to come back a year and a half later and say, well, we wish we would have reformed the filibuster. We wish we could have asked for additional pieces. And so Biden has a lot to run on, not just character, depending on who he's going to be up against, if it's Trump, if it's Trump Jr., DeSantis, forgive me. But ultimately, you can't continue to run away from the tangible good things. They need to figure out a strong message on how to present that. Inflation will adjust in a global economy, and so it's tough for a president of the United States to say, I have limited ways to control this problem. But you can't then also not be the biggest advocate of the achievements. And so I think the Democrats, in a space where they're going to have time, because to Quentin's point, there's going to be gridlock, so not a lot's going to be coming out of Congress. They'll need to figure out how to reframe what they have done as something to build upon. Because for, as it's sitting here at the end of 2022, it's hard to remember, oddly enough, that getting through a global pandemic was the major focus of when he came in, and that feels forgotten. And I think that's again the additional challenge of Democrats is, will it be the issue of the moment, or will it be a comprehensive set of accomplishments and plans to build upon? Because if you just ride on what's hot in the moment, a month later, 2 months later, a year later, people may have forgotten. It's hard to even believe that, the pandemic and COVID-19 and possibly that's just a nothing issue today. Whereas in special elections a year ago, that was one of the core pieces: mask mandates, access to vaccines. So it's going to be a real challenge on how do you build a platform that can be engaged with. I think there's going to be some references to places like Ohio. I was there over the weekend and looking at the Ryan race and the Ryan campaign and how they're building. There's going to be some focus on what's happening in Nevada. I think there's going to be focus on what's happening around the Maryland race, as we talked about earlier, as a successful case study of how to build an ambitious platform and then how to get that to voters. But I think ultimately that's going to be the task at hand, because the Republicans are effective at undermining a lot of accomplishments, and Democrats can't keep playing on the defensive of Republican talking points and pushing back against them. They need to get their own talking points out there, build the argument, make the case, and have Republicans try to stand up in opposition to those.
Well, John, this is something you deal with in your everyday life. How do Democrats do this? How do they break through the noise and sell some of these achievements?
Well, I think they have to make a decision to do so. I mean, to the point that was just made, when you look at the messaging and the reality and the difference between the two, you look at the message that's come out of the last, say, 3 weeks, and it's been solely focused on one idea. And when you talk about jobs and you talk about the not just the COVID recovery acts, but the types of infrastructure that we haven't seen in over 20 years. That's the one thing, as Quentin says, when you look at gridlock and what happens now, you've got an election that's largely predicated on some really strange ideas, and the big mandate is to go in and start investigations. And one of the unfortunate things that I think we have seen in the last few cycles of presidential and midterm elections is that, we're just going back and forth in a pendulum swing of witch hunts and ideas and discrediting and undermining, opposed to the fact that, this infrastructure bill, which in any other time in our history would be just doing the job. Yeah. Just doing the job that should be done. But unfortunately, the last time we had a bill was the T20 bill. And that was in 2002 when I was actually working in Congress, which is absurd. Yeah. The other thing that we have to remember from that time was, and we were going to talk to Senator Durbin. I wanted to ask him about the 23 senators that voted against the war in 2002. When you look back at that 20-year war now, and what we're sitting on, and what this Congress will face, is no question will be a decision in what role we play in the international issues that are happening that have caused the atomic clock to move forward to the closest it's been in our lifetime. And so I think that's going to be a massive issue that we need an active legislative body in Congress to deal with, and not a partisan process, which we've seen in the past. And so, your original question was about messaging. I think we got to be talking about the job, and the people who aren't doing the job. And that is creating jobs, creating economic opportunity, alleviating a lot of the things that we're seeing in inflation. But the infrastructure is 20-year projects, 30-year projects.
Well, what's one of the things that's bizarre is when we talk about doing the job and creating jobs, there's been such a focus on inflation, which is actually a worldwide problem that is related to the pandemic. And I think that the Biden administration hasn't gotten credit, I think, as Alan kind of inferred, for keeping the economy actually going and not cratering, and getting us out of a very difficult situation. Unemployment numbers are up slightly, but jobs remain robust. Wages remain robust in America. Other countries are actually really struggling with inflation and really struggling with the effects of a European war. I think if you're in my former country, you are facing some enormous gas and heating bills that we are not. So there seems to be this disconnect. I understand that, eggs have gone up at the grocery store, but I think people's wages have also gone up across the board. People are not out of work. Almost everybody I know has a job. So I'm a little confused at why there is this tremendous pessimism, which I somehow feel is coming from business leaders in the markets, which I wonder if there's something there, as opposed to saying, this is an unusual time and we just came out of 3 years of hell. Why are we not feeling a little better about this?
Very quickly, I think you make a very good point. When we look at this short history, we do need, and Alan's right, I mean, we do need to think about the accomplishments coming out of COVID. One of the things tonight that I'm very hopeful of is that we're seeing election results going back to pre-COVID numbers into 2018 in the midterms. I think that's a very promising thing that shows us that people are engaged, shows us, I mean, you look at the results of the last few elections during this pandemic, and that is a very bleak future if we have that apathy in the vote, questioning the actual process itself, all of those things. I think the one hopeful thing that I'm seeing right now is that we're seeing numbers that are pre-pandemic numbers.
This is WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. You're also checking us out on lumpentv.org. Mitchell, Allen, Quentin, John, Jamie, Gabriel, who I disappeared in the firmament, and myself here. Can we take a quick break?
We absolutely can.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will deliver you the latest numbers as we can compile them, and we'll be back in a second. It's November Decision 2022, the election night special here on Lumpen Radio. We'll be back after these words or songs.
Woke up this morning with the sun down, shining in. Found my mind in a brown paper bag within.
And now, back to our hosts.
Good evening, everybody. It's WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. This is election night coverage here on Lumpen Radio. It's your friend Mario Smith. That's me. Thank you all for listening to us. If you're watching us on lumpentv.org, we really appreciate that as well. Jamie Trecker, John Daley, Gabriel Piemonte, and in the Zoom room, Mitchell Stepanchik, Alan L. Linton, and Quentin Scott. Quentin, can you give us a quick update of those numbers? That we'll shoot it over to Mitchell real fast.
Yeah, I wanted to point out Tim Ryan in Ohio is performing really well. I think he is performing much better than anyone anticipated. And going back to Sherry Beasley, she's also hanging in there impressively. And so, we keep trying to, determine whether this is a red wave or not. And I think is very clear. Also going to Georgia, Abrams is now starting to fall behind significantly. And I think we'll see Kemp reelected there. The one thing that I've noticed as the most important thing here, or one of the more important things, is that Trump endorsed candidates are not performing as well as non-Trump endorsed candidates. There seems to be, a 2 or 3 point difference between those types of candidates. For example, you see in Georgia where Kemp is outperforming Walker by at least 7 points at this point. And you see that also in Florida where candidates that Trump endorsed are only up by, a few points. And you see DeSantis and Rubio, who were not endorsed by Trump, win easily. So you see across the country, there is this consequence of being endorsed by Donald Trump. And hopefully the Republican Party will recognize that they need to get away from that. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing because Trump does inspire Democratic voters to come out. Yeah, right. And so that could have consequences. But I think that's the trend that we're seeing right now, is that Trump is a consequence.
Well, Quentin, real quickly, because you just mentioned both Ohio and Georgia, AP had been tipping both those races as leaning Republicans, and they've withdrawn that in the last 10 minutes. Yep. Can you talk about that? Because, are we seeing numbers now come in, and maybe, Mitchell, you can chime in here, that indicate that the early strength from these mail-in ballots is real? People thought that Raphael Warnock's advantage would disappear as later votes came in. Herschel Walker, of course, is not a strong candidate. I don't think there's any argument about that. But he is running in a red state and in a race where he was given a lot of money and was, as you mentioned, endorsed by Trump. Ohio obviously is always been a kind of a reddish purple state. And Vance, despite some fairly early stumbles, was a moneyed, again, well-funded candidate, and Ryan was considered very vulnerable. Are we actually seeing Democrats holding here, or is this just kind of, it's too early to tell?
Well, I think that, first of all, mail-in ballots, mail-in voting is significantly up than any other year. In some places, it's 3 times as it was just simply 4 years ago. And I think that a lot of people have, like the AP, for example, are undervaluing how much of those votes are leaning Democrat. I think that a lot of people thought the increase was like, oh, Republicans are finally doing this, what Democrats have been doing for years. But really, it's just more and more Democrats doing it. You see that same thing happen in Pennsylvania, where Fetterman is getting, upwards of 86% of, the mail-in ballots in certain counties. So I do think that, as we've been saying, it's going to be really close. I think Democrats are performing a lot better than they might have thought of themselves. And I think that, this is an opportunity in Ohio because there is a Sherrod Brown, right, as a Democratic senator. So there is a pathway in Ohio to win. And I think Tim Ryan has run a really disciplined, careful campaign. One of the best campaigns run this election cycle, and you see the results of that. And so I think we should really look at Ohio as one of the big upsets of tonight.
Mitchell.
Yes. Earlier in the show, I had mentioned a number of races, red state, blue governors, and the fact that those governors could hold serve, and we're seeing some of the numbers pan just that way. For example, in Kansas, Governor Laura Kelly leading in her race, 26%, but with a pretty strong lead, 61 to 38%, at least early on, but could be formidable, could hold up. In Oklahoma, we had mentioned Joy Hoffmeister, Kevin Stitt. That is early, but that is also holding serve. The Democrat there is leading early on, but still leading 50 to 48%. Quentin earlier had mentioned a number of bellwether seats within Virginia. We actually have a projected Democratic win. ABC News projecting a win in Virginia's 10th congressional seat, Wexton over Tau. 85% of the voting there. Wexton has a lead of just about 5,000 votes, but they think that will hold. And so one of the bellwether seats that Quentin had mentioned looks like will go to the Democrat. Earlier on, we had talked about state legislatures and how there's the possibility of supermajorities that could be won. Wisconsin could see that way. They don't need a lot to have to pull that off. They just need a 2/3 majority. They are just 5 seats away from that in the Assembly and just 1 seat away from achieving that in the Senate in the Wisconsin legislature. That could happen tonight. We don't have numbers on that just yet, but it bears reminding, especially since we're so close to that, and since that would mean that with Tony Evers, a Democrat, holding winning, or at least early projected win with regards to the Senate, the governor's race, any veto he could hold would get overridden or potentially overridden by the right-wing majority in Wisconsin.
You're listening to Election Night coverage on Lumpen Radio. Thank you for listening. Truly appreciate you. Here in Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, gentleman, appears that he's going to be reelected as governor.
He was called, in fact, just 1 minute after the polls closed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know.
Like,
I
not
know,
even kind of fast, super fast.
Some of us are discussing whether that's, possible or real or not, but, I mean, it does appear that he's going to be reelected.
I'm wondering, because this definitely sets it up for him to say, in 2 years or in a year or less than that, that he has interest in being a presidential candidate. I'll just shoot around to everybody. What does that mean for Illinois? If his tonight notwithstanding, because with all due respect, there was no way that Darren Bailey was going to be governor of Illinois unless J.B. Pritzker did something catastrophic that got him near jail. I don't think there was any way Darren Bailey was going to win anything in Illinois. J.B. Pritzker wins tonight. Tomorrow, he's on 95th at Dan Ryan, shaking hands, kissing babies, telling everybody to have a good day, going to work. Enjoy the last nice weather day until, June. And then what?
Well, I mean, I think that let's back up a little bit. I think JB has benefited from being competent, after an administration that was not competent and was not able to get their libertarian ideas off the ground and get them through a fairly recalcitrant legislator. Whether you agreed with Bruce Rauner or not, the fact is he was not a successful governor. So JB immediately looked better by the fact of sheer competence, clearing debt, getting a budget through, getting funding, starting to fix things that have been broken in Illinois.
The handling of the pandemic.
Well, I was just getting to that. I think that where JB really took it to the next level, frankly, was in the handling of the pandemic because – unlike a lot of other governors, I think he came off as assured, reasoned, and reassuring to the population. And I think that boosted his national profile. I hate to say it, for some public officials, it was a pretty low bar of competence. But I think when I say that JB did a very good job during the pandemic, I actually really, truly mean it. Mm-hmm. I think he was by far and away one of the few public officials in the United States that inspired confidence. You looked at him and you said, okay, I believe what this guy is saying. He seemed to be reacting with common sense. and most of his press conferences were not adversarial. They were inclusive, and I think that was the moment when I think he probably thought he had a national chance. Before that, if you had said that a billionaire guy, a one-term guy in the state of Illinois, which doesn't have the greatest reputation on the national stage, despite putting up both Abraham Lincoln and Barack Obama, could make a legitimate run, I would have said no way. Despite my being personally impressed with JB when we've met him and talked to him several times here at the station. I think right now, and I think this is something that all of us in the panel have talked about earlier today, I don't see a deep bench for presidential candidates. There are leading Democratic figures that I admire and I think are pretty good. There's not necessarily one of them that I would say is ready to go into the national cauldron and can hold their own, and moreover has the financial backing to do it, which I think is an incredibly important thing right now. Elections, as we talked about, this midterm election is $17 billion. Wow. Whoever runs in the next election is probably looking at a spend of 30 or 40 billion. And we should note that most of the spending that came in the Illinois election was from J.B. Pritzker. He spent it on himself. So he is
obviously independently funded. I think there's a real chance that he's going to run. What does it mean for Illinois? I think he's put in position a fairly good system, and I think he's got a fairly good budget, and I think that the people he has surrounded himself with, to me, seem highly competent. So I would hope that the people that are now emerging from the Democratic bench here in Illinois could get in and fill the role. Is there somebody obvious that I see to fill that role? No, there isn't. But I do think that I would be very surprised if he doesn't declare in a year if President Biden decides he's not going to run. And I think that's a big if, because I do think Biden is going to run again.
And that's kind of where I'm at. If Biden decides to run, I think JB has done more than a good job in Illinois. Has he been a perfect governor? Absolutely not. Are there things he could have done better? Absolutely. I think, like with what Jamie said, the handling of the pandemic was noteworthy. There were 3 states that everybody looked at: California, Illinois, and New York. And they looked at those states specifically to see how did they handle the pandemic. New York, not so well.
New York not so well in other ways.
In a whole lot of other ways. California, exceptionally well. One of the first to shut down everything. One of the first to really enact the proper action to keep people safe. JB's touch was very interesting. He governed. He led. Do you know what I mean? And it was refreshing because we have been, in terms of the governors in Illinois, I don't think anybody can say with great certainty, had any of them ever not went to jail, that they ever led. And he led. Right. I don't know. I'm one of the few people that I would rather him not run for president, although I think he would be a very interesting candidate. I like the fact that he's the governor of Illinois because it keeps Illinois and gives Illinois a chance to actually become a better state. With the exodus of business leaving the state, part of his charge to me in these next years, however long he decides to be governor, is to start getting big business to come back to the state. And that's going to be tax-related stuff. He's got a lot of work to do to make something like that happen. I don't know if he can accomplish it. I'm glad that he's going to get a chance to try to accomplish it. I also wonder, and I'll now throw it to John Daley. What does the state look like if JB does decide to run and he's no longer governor? The same thing that Jamie said. Who there isn't really a deep bench for that gig.
I think there's a lot there. And a lot of it has to do with the reason that I'm sitting in this room, and we've all talked about a lot, which is how expensive it is for candidates to communicate to the public. And we really have to question why that is the case, and you look back to, the 2000 presidential election was the first time that $1 billion was crested in one election. You fast forward only a few years, 2 cycles, and now it's $2 billion. We've had exponential increase. Fortunately, in 2016, it went backwards, 1.9, but that's because the Republicans pulled out at the end.
Right.
And now I just want to correct the record. The 11th ward voted for both Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden. Joe Biden the least at 65%, but upwards of Barack Obama 73% and 71% for Hillary Clinton. So just wanted to put that out there. But the cost is the big
His beloved ward.
That's right.
The cost though is the big problem.
Yeah.
And you know, when you look at what the governor has done, and I've known him both before his candidacy and after, one of the questions that I had immediately, as others did, was why?
Yeah.
You know, and when I watched him get on a bus and drive up and down the state and not use the advantages that he obviously has and really be the genuine article and interact with people, you know, we've seen people come from D.C. and be very hands-off, and they'll go to 95th Street, but they're not really engaged in community. But you see the way this guy has spent resources, and he's spent it all over in community, and more than anybody else has. The unfortunate side effect is where I think you were going, which is it's an unrealistic and almost unattainable process. No one can individually raise that much money.
Right.
And I question, you know, why not just build projects? You know, and I think the reality is because people feel that I would argue though earned media from building those projects would be greater than targeted spending and triple Ds and all the nonsense that people do during sweeps. But and what causes this cost in the first place. But I digress. I think it will be tough if JB is no longer here running the party, funding the party in that role, because that expectation that has happened, I think, is going to be very hard for other folks to communicate. If you look down the ballot tonight, it looks like even though it was very early, you've got Democrats winning almost 2-1 across the ticket, all the way down in that top of the ticket we talked about earlier. But now you see some tough races in other places, like Sean Casten was very tight in the beginning of this. I saw he was actually upside down. Lindsay LaPointe was as well in the General Assembly, but I think that was just one precinct. It was like 1% reporting. I think there was less than 100 votes total. But you know, I think in some places you're going to see folks that got swept up in some of the stuff that we talked about at the beginning and the over communicating and the strange newspapers, etc.
JB actually is now speaking, and it's over. It's pretty much over. Gabriel, what are your thoughts about Governor Pritzker?
So I think, Governor Pritzker is, I'm sure, asking the same questions and having the same conversation we are, except he's spending a ton of money getting the answers. And if I had to guess, one of the big answers he's going to get that's going to make him, I don't know if he's going to stress eat, which is what I would do if I got data that troubled me, is Gavin Newsom. So JB has done a great job. There's no question about it. Gavin Newsom has done maybe a better job, arguably, even with the pandemic. He's got a state that, if you look at it, the thing should just be off the rails, and yet he's got a surplus.
Yeah.
If you look at, I think the critical place where I would be really worried if I were him or an advisor talking to him is the black electorate, frankly, and the big kind of weakness that he has is, especially with that comparison, Gavin Newsom has convened a reparations commission. They've done extraordinary work. They picked a superstar as the head of it, a young attorney who is now going to, I think she's going to, emerge on the national stage. And they're kind of already, halfway through the work that they're going to do. He has had a commission put into place roughly about a year, and it's not even fully appointed yet. So, pound for pound, I think that's problematic. There are also a couple of issues. If we think back to his campaign, not just his governance, but also even before he got elected, there have been issues with that electorate. I think there are potentially problems there. And if you're, if you're trying to be real with him, you're like, JB, you've got to do better in this place, or else you're going pound to pound. And the other thing, let's just be honest, it's American politics. Tall guy from California, good looking. It's more of the president that we, because we all live in the movies, want to see. and that's a real thing. So he's got some obstacles. Good guy, doing some good work, but he's also a Midwestern guy, kind of looks like a Midwestern guy, kind of got my build. It's
he's not half as handsome as you, Gabriel.
That's true.
Come
that's
on.
true.
Stop it.
But you know what I mean? It's like he's somebody that we, as kind of practical meat and potatoes guys, we're like, is he getting the job done? Cool. Keep him going. Out in La La Land, they might be like, not so much. Nationally, we know how the national media is, so that's all real stuff to think about.
I would just jump in there, and I would say I think that JB has performed exceptionally well on TV, though. And I think that's a key point because, Trump is not exactly a darling and Ken doll either, but I think he mastered modern media. And I would give JB credit. He has used what he learned from his background in technology, and he has presented himself, I think, exceptionally well on multiple platforms. I think Gavin Newsom's an interesting candidate as well. I wonder if, however, he is somebody that is going to have national tails. I think he's somebody that can be very easily caricatured, candidly. And I think that's a danger, whereas I think it's difficult to caricature a guy from the Midwest who has been competent and steady, albeit with a shorter track record. So, I would just push back a little bit on that. I don't think we're necessarily as image-focused. I think what we are, though, and I think what the electorate does look for, is somebody who performs well in television. And I think that's where Joe Biden actually has been, his stutter has kept him from being as good, which I do think hurts his approval.
I think to your point, as long as this lead, and now we've already had a concession, so as long as he wins so convincingly, as we've seen in the early results, I think that's important. If this were actually, as was tightening up on all the polls, if this was to come down to a single-digit race, I think it's a much different scenario. But should this hold, which it seems it does, and it seems to be over, I think that is a different story to your point, and I think you're right there. I think people are asking what happens. Where does the DNC get hosted if it's here? Is that a platform for him to launch? I think those are the things that people are looking at.
The idea that literally at 7:01 the governor's race was pretty much over with is overwhelming to me. It screams that people were like, "Oh no, Darren Bailey." If we look back and dissect where he failed,
he ran a terrible campaign.
Let's
be
number one.
honest.
That's number one.
Okay.
I think for me, the thing that made me not be interested in him was him moving to Streeterville. I think if he was trying to do the Jane Byrne thing to show that he was in touch with what was happening in Chicago and he was concerned about what was going on the ground in Chicago, he's not living downtown.
Right.
And that was
right.
That felt so disingenuous to me. As a person that votes. And I'm like, if I had to have my way and J.B. Pritzker wasn't my original choice, he would have became my choice. Because that was just the worst. You moved to Streeterville? Son.
If that's the worst thing you thought about Darren Bailey,
well, there's other.
I just gotta, let's talk about insulting the Jews, trying to jail pregnant women.
A whole bunch of stuff.
That's very in vogue.
It's very in vogue. Insulting the Jews is very in vogue.
It's always in vogue. Let's be honest.
But what I'm saying is that was a visual message that fell flat on its face. The moving to Streeterville. You say Chicago's a cesspool. You talk about Jews. You do all these things. And I'm going to show you. I'm coming up to Chicago, and I'm going to move into the city. And you move to Streeterville. I mean, if you wanted to put a visual on absolute failure, that to me was the end of his campaign.
But there is an excellent hospital there.
Yes.
So
we're doing well up in Streeterville.
Listen, there's a question for us to address there because I've been complaining, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have also been really concerned about this strategy, which for philosophical reasons, I'm opposed to, of really promoting these horrible fringy Republican candidates to get these results. But this is what you get when you do that. Mm-hmm. So I think, although I feel like it's the equivalent of a payday loan, I think it does produce results in the short term. The question is, do you get a pat on the back tonight, or do you say, you may be glad now, but honestly, it looks like JB probably could have beat the pants off of even a centrist Republican. It seems like he's doing his job really well.
I think that's true, but I want to toss it to the panel because there is a candidate that was put up, Don Bolduc in New Hampshire, who is pulling numbers way better than people thought against Maggie Hassan. So I actually have concerns about that strategy. I don't think that Democrats should be funding extreme candidates at all. I think it's bad for the body politic, and I think it's disingenuous. But I'd like to talk to Quentin, because Quentin, you obviously have seen some of this stuff on the East Coast, and Don Bolduc's candidacy has to be concerning. He is polling far, far better in New Hampshire than any Republican in New Hampshire has the right to do.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point, I think it is very dangerous to be funding, extremist candidates. I know there was a strategic decision by, Democratic leaders that, we prefer to run against these extreme candidates because then we can beat them. And in the short term, that may be true. And we kind of see some of the results of that, where you see, Trump endorsed candidates doing slightly worse than non-Trump endorsed candidates. But I think long term, it just creates a deeper cesspool. It just, like you said, is disingenuous. And I think it's just going to make everything just more extreme. And to sort of go back to the question about Pritzker and, is he running for president? I think that is something that he thinks about. I think that he's been going out of his way to be a really good governor, so he could have that option for himself. And I think nationally, he has gotten a lot of attention for some of the bills that he's passed in Illinois, particularly around climate change, and getting Illinois away from fossil fuels. But I do think that Gavin Newsom is sort of maybe his biggest competition, but it's also a negative, because I can go right to Virginia right now, and there's a whole bunch of signs around that state that say, don't Californian my Virginia. They're already running against Gavin Newsom already. And so that could, for Republicans, that's who, if Biden doesn't run, that's the guy that they think is the biggest threat to them. But if they're already campaigning against him, they already have made him into this, lightning rod that might not actually be good for Democrats in 2024.
Let me just ask also this, because it's something we've talked about. If the numbers hold up, and it is basically a blue wave here in Illinois, does this get the Workers' Rights Amendment over the line?
You would have to think, yeah.
They ran such an interesting campaign and didn't make it a partisan issue. I thought that was a really interesting approach.
Yeah.
And obviously it's because they need a supermajority, and I think it's 60%.
Yeah.
Right.
So they did not make it part of anyone's stump. It was their own thing. And the last I checked in on it, it was up in the 70s. So it looks like that was the right tactic.
But here's the problem. It was last week, it was polling at about 54% of likely voters, right? And it was over 80%, maybe 84% of Democrats were going to vote for it. 4% weren't, and there was a little bubble. How much further can you go than that? You know what I mean? What if people went further? And I know that there was a lot of work done over the last week, but it's not like the problem was they needed more Democrats to get out. The problem is how many Democrats, are we there to get over the top? And will people like independents, because independents were over 40% against it. That's problematic. Of course, defining independence is complicated. But there's a real question here about when you cut the BS away, fundamentally, what do Illinoisans care about, and what do they think is important? And do they think that a protection for workers to form a union should be constitutionally enshrined? This is the kind of question that goes to core values, and I'm not clear what the answer is. I hope it's 70%. I want my neighbors to be like that. I'm not sure as many of them are as I'd like to be.
You are listening to WLPN LP Chicago 105.5 FM. This is Lumpen Radio, and this is continuing election coverage on Lumpen Radio. That's an interesting point, and I just kind of want to go back real quickly to something that Mario mentioned earlier. One of the things that I think has hurt businesses in Illinois that have been leaving the state is the fact that we did not get the income tax change put in. Yeah. So much of our funding relies on property tax. And that was something that it was a straight-up battle between billionaires. J.B. Pritzker obviously was very much in favor of changing the law. Ken Griffin, who was decamped to Miami with Citadel, is opposed to it. other Illinois billionaires like Richard Uihlein, obviously, were opposed to it as well. I would throw it out there that no matter who the governor is, because we were talking about what happens if JB does run and leaves the state, until that fundamental change is made, it's going to be very difficult to get real change and real budgetary reform to fund some of the things that people in the city of Chicago and people in the state of Illinois say they do care about. They do say they care about good schools, and they do say they care about having their roads fixed, and they do say they care about mental health facilities and getting, people off the streets. But when property taxes are the only way that you can raise money, that unfortunately there's a cap on that, because there's no way you can take that above a certain level, and it is obviously deeply unequal. People on fixed incomes as they get older get hit by that. And, the fact of the matter is people that are billionaires are not paying their fair share, which the governor, who is a billionaire, came out and admitted. He said he's not paying his fair share. So I think if you see the Workers' Rights Amendment passed today, I think my question is that a sign that Chicago is the state of Illinois is actually ready to revisit some of these core issues that we need to do to actually get our fiscal house in order?
Wouldn't you think that would be his mandate, though, by the citizens of the state of Illinois saying, okay, that income tax law that you couldn't pass before, here's your chance. This worker rights amendment that we want, it's going to probably pass. Here's your chance to do those things. Because if he's not able to do them, then I'm with you. What is the point? Because the idea of workers being able to strike when they have to bothers business.
Right.
It upsets businessmen because they don't feel like they have control of the people who work for them, and it's the whole shift of power and who's able to say what and when. I think Governor Pritzker probably, and I'm imagining today with the concession, that's one thing. Tomorrow, the day after, what is his dialogue about that specifically? Because he really wanted that to pass. I think he has the mandate to be able to do it now.
Absolutely.
I think.
From my perspective, I think they're psychologically very different. And the reason why I think that is because the concept of supporting collective bargaining and workers' rights is something that I think does transcend, especially when you look at like Union Trade's party. And simultaneously, I think that even though if you look at statistically people's earnings, you would think that even if you had a threshold as low as $250,000, that people would be fine with it because they wouldn't. There's a large bracket of the population that's not part of that.
Right.
Simultaneously, everyone believes that they will be. And so
That's right.
I think there's that different, even if it's aspirational and not real, I think there's a different psychological process of voting that way.
Hey, Mitchell, you're a longtime Illinois resident, although you're originally from Michigan.
Not your fault.
It's okay. That's how the world works. What do you glean from a reelection of J.B. Pritzker?
I'm kind of echoing what Jamie had said earlier regarding competence. More competence, more of the same. And frankly, in these wild times, that's a good thing. And the fact that there's been a reasonably steady ship of state within Illinois, and also to know that if problems arise, they'll try to address them, as we saw with the pandemic. I didn't have to. In the pandemic, we saw that J.B. Pritzker, for example, was, as was the case with states across the country, pitted against each other by Trump for getting supplies because, Trump likes doing that. But nonetheless, Governor Pritzker took it in stride, understood the situation, tried to make the best of it as he could, and also was working hard to try to make sure that people within his state were healthy and able to, not die on his watch insofar as possible. He was very ahead of the game regarding making sure that we had sufficient facilities regarding the pandemic and, converting McCormick Place into a gigantic emergency hospital just in case. Largely that wasn't used, but they had it ready because he knew we might need it.
Right.
I read that writ large, especially within the next 4 years, and we may see other adventurous things coming down with things that we can't yet foresee. and I think that will matter. That steady state of play, it will be important. Mario, if you don't mind, I've got a number of other updates to share regarding
Sure.
a few things.
Go ahead.
Let's see. From the No Surprises Department, Chuck Schumer is now the longest-serving senator in New York State history. He won kind of handily.
That's amazing to me. That is so amazing to
John
me.
Thune has also been reelected to no surprise in South Dakota. In Georgia's 10th, Marjorie Taylor Greene has won her House seat.
Unbelievable.
In Michigan, where I'm from, Governor Whitmer is leading early, strong lead, but nonetheless a lead to little surprise. Going back to what Quentin had said regarding the bellwether districts in the House for the representation in Virginia, we have some numbers there. In the 7th district, Spainberger is trailing by about 3 points with an early, from earlier reporting, but there is still a good chance that she can catch up. A lot of the outstanding mail and early votes haven't yet been reported, are probably going to shift her way. There is a good chance she could catch up. In the 2nd district, it's a lot closer. We got a Republican who's actually leading by 10 points. That's Jen Kiggins, Republican, over Democrat Elaine Luria. But Luria, again, will probably be able to catch up. Mailing early votes, mail-in ballots. Will that be enough? Maybe. It's going to be close. We also have numbers with regards to abortion amendments. In Kentucky, it had been a big lead regarding the no side, regarding the abortion right side, 54 to 46. But over the course of the evening, it is now tightened up. It's currently, for the abortion right side, a 51-49% lead last I checked. This is going to be close. But there is a possible chance that Kentucky, of all states, will actually preserve abortion rights. In Michigan, that is actually the yes vote for preserving abortion rights is a strong lead early on, but nonetheless a strong lead. 62 to 38% is the early breakdown. We had talked earlier with regards to election denialism and that being a state of play regarding whether or not Democrats may want to foment more, try to put their thumbs on the scale regarding people who might deny the elections in the chance that that might help them in general elections. Here's one statistic. There are a number of people who are on the ballot who are avowed election deniers. Of the 4 people whose votes have thus far been, for which races have thus far been called, 3 have won. The winners, your new governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey, your new governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, I was so hoping she would go down.
In South Carolina, Henry McMaster, governor there.
Oh,
so the only loser of the bunch was the Massachusetts governor, Jeff Deal.
If this was Sirius XM right now, me and John Daley would have a curse off. Because I swear I've got a whole lot of words I want to say.
And that's the risk here that we face regarding thinking like, oh, I'll just, put the extremists on or try to change the scale.
That's right.
Because they'll sometimes do better. They might even win.
Now, are they going to believe the
a little bit
results?
of that tonight. These are races that are not
right. Will they
exactly
believe their own
surprising
successes?
Will they believe their own results tonight? They probably will try to turn over their own results.
But you're seeing Jamie's point kind of writ large here.
Right.
It's like, is this a smart thing to do? Ostensibly, yes, but again, other people kind of glom onto the sentiment and kind of make it more widespread and normalize it, and that's not good.
It's that endemic, that barbaric way of thinking that people, it's like a rock. When you're out at the beach and you see a rock and you kick the rock over and a bunch of ants just come out of nowhere. That seems to be what happened to this country. A big giant rock got kicked over, and people whose views are absolutely backwards and askew and not based on anything reality centered are becoming the power brokers, and it's frightening that Sarah Huckabee Sanders is somebody's governor. What?
Yep.
That's
not just somebody, whole state.
I mean, but you know what I'm
was
saying?
Bill Clinton's old
That's
job.
crazy to me. That wow.
Of course, your father was an important political figure, and there's some coattails there. You know, Mike Huckabee obviously. Had
He's
a long
doing insurance
political
commercials now, by the way.
Yeah.
You know,
and
like
playing
a
the
good
bass.
neighbor.
He's out there playing the bass
Yeah,
and doing insurance commercials.
Yeah. Another thing to keep in mind. Republicans just need to flip 5 seats within the House in order to reclaim the gavel in the House. They've already flipped 3 House seats. Now, to be fair, they could get flipped back. In fact, there is a decent chance that actually could happen in Iowa, the 3rd congressional district, and it's listed as one of the 10 districts most likely to decide control of the House. Your incumbent, Cindy Axne, is ahead with about 35% of the vote, leading 60% to 40%. So we may be able to see that come into play regarding this fact here. And the Kansas, going back to Kansas and also talking regarding attorney general races, same deal there. Another 60 to 40 seat regarding the Democrat Chris Mann, who's actually leading Chris Kobach.
Yeah.
I think it was used to be governor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the attorney general race there, and it's also going to be pretty important, especially with Kansas, which where historically it's been a dyed-in-the-wool red state. It's, we're seeing its governor's race being competitive, and we're now seeing its attorney general race being competitive. It's not as straight-out red as a lot of people may think and as history may suggest.
There's also a kind of a strange race going on up in Wisconsin where Ron Johnson, who I would have thought was a shoo-in, is actually getting taken a little bit by Mandela Barnes. I still think that Johnson's probably going to win that race. But again, it's a lot tighter than I think people thought. Johnson, of course, is an incumbent and is a known lunatic as well. But unfortunately, the numbers are actually extremely close in that race, which is showing, I think, actually, some of the numbers we're seeing in exit polls in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Kentucky. More people than we thought said abortion rights were a leading issue for them.
Oh, yeah.
The numbers in Michigan, which has a constitutional amendment guaranteeing the right to abortion on the ballot today, 60% of voters said that was the most important reason they went to the polls. So I think some people forgot about the real seismic shock that the Dobbs decision had in America.
Absolutely.
Because that is still driving turnout. I would argue that 51% of the country did not forget about the effect that had on their life, and I think it's going to be interesting. We've said this all along. I don't actually think we're going to know many of these results until tomorrow or the next day. I tend to think, as I've thought, that the House will flip to the Republicans. The Senate is looking a lot tighter, and actually Democrats could even pick up a seat or two there. And I would not be surprised if that's the case. One of the things that I think, looking back on it, I think we are going to say that some of the pocketbook issues and some of the crime issues that Republicans were pummeling Democrats with may not have been important as a single Supreme Court decision, which has upended reproductive rights and freedoms that were in place for a generation that people grew up with and took for granted. And I think we forgot maybe a little bit in our media bubble that when something like that happens, people don't forget about it.
That's right.
I also think, and we'll probably focus on this more in the final hour of the program, looking forward toward the municipal election here in Chicago in February. I think on a macro level, or on a micro level first, that underestimation, if that is a word, has run wild in this election season. Everybody, it just seems that there is a great amount of, I can't even call it apathy, I think fatigue with the electorate, but that abortion issue woke everybody up because in one way or another, either you or someone you know potentially could be affected by that. The idea that the brazen nature of some politicians around that decision, it's almost like a ha-ha. We waited, 50 years, but we finally did it. We finally had the people in place to do something that we've been trying to do from the very beginning. It made people mad. And I think, to your point, people came out in support of, and I'm sure there were many Republicans who did as well, came out and said, no, I don't like this. I know you support this. I cannot support you. Even if I ride with you on everything else, that issue, man, because the idea that the Supreme Court, first of all, that whoever leaked it should get the Congressional Medal of Honor, in my mind. Because had we not known, and then it's, hey, everybody, guess what? Who knows the trajectory that would have thrown us into this country? And I want to bring that full circle for talking about local politics in the next hour of the program and the final hour of the show, unfortunately for me, because I'm really enjoying this. We have a mayoral race coming up, and her candidacy, to me, in a way, kind of depends on what goes down tonight. I mean, there's never going to be I don't think there will ever be in our lifetime a Republican mayor of Chicago, Illinois. However, you have a whole lot of candidates running in this mayoral race. And what separates any of them from the other? We'll talk about that more in the final hour of the show, but just something to keep in mind, because February 28th is coming, and it's coming fast.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Thanksgiving is in 2 weeks. I've
That's
already
correct.
made up my menu.
That's correct.
So we've got to start thinking now. It's like, okay, JB's in. He's going to endorse somebody. Yeah. Chewy's the man, but the thing that crippled him the last time was lack of money. She's got a lot of money, but people don't really mess with her like that. A lot to talk about.
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute, because, I mean, obviously one candidate's already got $1 million infusion from the CTU.
Yeah,
So,
that's a thing, too.
So we'll talk about that. It's pretty
Absolutely.
interesting.
I have a kind of an interesting footnote to the J.B. Pritzker conversation.
Sure.
Courtesy of Facebook. Maxwell Little, who is my virtual friend on Facebook and my friend in real life. Well, I'll tell you who he is before I tell you what he said. Maxwell Little last noticed in the press by a lot of people for Little v. J.B. Pritzker. He was the lead plaintiff for if you remember, the 8 or 9 current field folks and former field folks for Pritzker's campaign who sued for being a cesspool of racism and intolerance. Said of the speech that we were talking about but didn't get a chance to listen to, JB campaign victory speech appears as if he's running for president, attacking Trump.
There it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, why don't we take a quick break here, and we'll get into our final hour. We'll play a little tune, and then we're going to come back with our distinguished panel and everyone else, right?
Absolutely.
And you are listening to WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 midterm elections.
Concerned but not involved with decisions that are made by you. But we are sick and tired of hearing your song, telling how you are gonna change right from wrong. 'Cause if you really want to hear our views, you haven't done nothing. It's not too
And now, back to our hosts.
Welcome back to the continuing coverage of the 2022 midterm elections right here on WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM. This is Lumpen Radio. My name is Jamie Trecker. Mario Smith is joining me tonight as co-host. We've got a murderer's row of panelists here. The final hour, I think, guys, we really want to talk about the coming municipal elections. We were fortunate enough to have 11th Ward Alderwoman Nicole Lee with us earlier. Her campaign starts basically tomorrow, and Gabriel Piamonte, who's one of our panelists here tonight, is also campaigning for an aldermanic seat in the 5th Ward. His campaign probably has already begun, but really begins in earnest tomorrow. Gabriel, why don't we start with you? We did ask Nicole this question, but I mean, the city council has seen just a tremendous upheaval in the last 6 months. 16 people have either said they're out or have been forced to resign or are resigning or leaving. And there's this tremendous turnover. About a third of the city council will be leaving. What do you think this says about the state of Chicago politics right now? And does this make it attractive for a candidate like yourself to put their hat in the ring?
Well, it appears to make it attractive because these most of these outgoing, essentially vacant seats have lots of candidates lining up. Now, what we don't know yet is whether they're able to get the signatures together. Just under 500 are required, and typically a good campaign manager would tell you double or triple that because there's a challenge period and all of that. So we'll see what happens, but certainly there's some of that early enthusiasm. I think what it says about Chicago politics generally is not that complicated. A lot of the folks we've got the unusual circumstance of an alderman who wore a wire. And we have at least rumors of additional indictments that are going to be coming down as a result of that. If you do the math, a lot of these 16 have been in office right at or a little bit over 20 years. I don't know if I'm 100% right about this, John, but I think they get to about 90% of their salary at 20 years pension. Is it somewhere in that neighborhood?
After 3% compounding for a few years, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like we're all friends here.
Well, it's over 100 over a couple of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's basically you're working for free if you keep working and whatever fringe benefits you get, about which I will not speculate. However, if there's a possibility, and I have to say, I've known quite a few Chicago politicians. I think in some cases people literally don't understand where that line is. And so if there might be indictments and you could be one of them and there's a chance it's going to cost you your pension, I mean, I think you just do the math and you say, you know what, I don't need the aggravation anyway. And so spend time with your family, run for mayor, which is a fancy way to sneak away from your seat, or just walk away. I think that's what's happening. It's reward risk type of thing. I don't think it's anything more complicated than that. What's interesting to me is we've got 6 or 7 solid lefties in the council, and we've got a fair number of people who are self-described socialists running in these races where you have 5, 6, 7 people. If they can make it through into an actual election, or some of them do, and then you get to a runoff, there's a good chance we could end up doubling the number of people in the city council who think of themselves as socialists. That's 25%. So if 5 or 6 people say, Mayor, I don't like your budget, and you peel 1 or 2 away, what's left are rabble-rousers. If 25% say care not cops, now you have a real problem. So some interesting things could be happening going forward, but we'll see how it actually shakes out.
I'm looking at this election, and I am wondering out loud who's going to beat who. The mayoral election, I mean. It is, as I describe it on an upcoming television show that I will be on this weekend, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire and all their affiliates running for the same mic. They're all Cam Buckner, excellent dude, super excellent man. Chewy Garcia, if he ran only on the fact that he worked with Harold Washington, he could probably win on that information alone. It all comes down to money eventually, as we have discussed ad nauseum. But Mayor Lightfoot does not seem to have in the streets that I walk down, the hold of the people. How does she win this election?
Well, I mean, we also have to talk about Brandon Johnson, who is
Another
already
great CTU endorsed.
CTU endorsed. That is obviously one of the biggest thorns in the Lightfoot administration side is the Chicago Teachers Union.
And they've committed $1 million apparently to Johnson's campaign. And, you know, Johnson has risen from being a radio host to Cook County.
Oh, I'm not
board.
doing it. Don't look at me.
I wasn't looking at it. I'm just saying that's the path that Brandon's taken. He's a very polished spokesperson. He's a great presenter of ideas, and he's a great salesman for himself. He's a dangerous candidate. Chewy Garcia, obviously, a very dangerous candidate. Internal polling appears to show that if he runs against Lightfoot, he beats her. The Lightfoot question for me is who actually backs her? One of the things that's been very interesting for me about her administration, and I don't I'll have to say this. I didn't vote for Lightfoot, and I am not a huge fan of some of the things she's done. I also don't think she gets a ton of credit for the things that she has done. One of the things that's really interesting to me about her, though, is that she's someone that, because of her style, seems to have alienated a lot of people around her and people that would be a natural supporting block for her.
The police are a great example of that.
They really are. And I was going to get to that, but I mean, also, you know, she's somebody that you would think the progressive bloc of the city council would embrace. Black woman, openly gay, has some progressive ideas. And her staff, she's got people who are smart.
She's got a great staff.
She does. The people who are working for her are not dummies.
I agree.
And I think that they really care about the city. And I've had, you know, the pleasure to be able to talk with and work with some of them. I've been extremely impressed. So the thing that's funny about the mayor herself, and, you know, in person, I should also say this, one-on-one, she's a very winning personality. But
Agreed.
there's something there that people don't like, and I think she's tried to put it down to sexism, and I don't agree with that, to be candid with you. There's something about her my way or the highway style that I think has rubbed a lot of natural allies the wrong way. Now, she does enjoy a lot of support from the North Shore and some of the North Side liberals in the city. And that base does seem fairly solid. I will note that they're not giving as much money to her as they had, but, you know, that we're early. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. I do think, though, one of the things that she is very vulnerable on is the perception of public safety in this city. The fact that we have had severe downtown disturbances, which directly affect the people who helped elect her, are going to cause people to think twice. Now, does this mean people are going to leap into Brandon Johnson's lap? I don't think so. Does it mean that people might take a chance on Chewy Garcia? Maybe. The one thing, are people going to vote for Paul Vallis? Probably not. But, you know, and I'm sorry, Paul, but probably not. The one thing that I don't see, and I think that if Arnie Duncan had entered the race, you would have had an absolute category killer that I think she would have had a real difficult time running against and fundraising against. The one thing I see is that there are so many candidates out there that I think the pool of available money to these people, again, it's a February election, it's a mayoral election, kind of an off-year thing, it's a weird thing we do here in Chicago. The amount of money that's going to be available for the candidates is going to be now kind of diffuse because there are so many people out there. And I think that ultimately benefits an incumbent.
That makes sense. I mean, the other thing is business. Chicago business is very conservative when it comes to, I mean, just generally business is conservative. But I don't see them backing Brandon Johnson. I don't see them backing.
No, they're not going to back Brandon.
Probably not Chewy, even though they like the guy. Probably as someone in D.C. would be happy to keep him there. But yeah, I think that's also a big problem. There's just a huge incumbency advantage. There are layers and layers. Books are written about why incumbency matters. And I talk to people who are really, well-read, circumspect when it comes to politics generally. But when it comes to Lightfoot, they say, gay, woman, black, I'm voting for again, and that's it. They don't even want to get into complexity. Wow. They feel like that's enough. That's historic in and of itself. you stick with her, you give her a second chance.
I think that idea that you mentioned about incumbency is extremely important, especially in the city of Chicago. You look at our history, and I think people have downplayed that. And I think people have also not given the mayor credit in a lot of such scenarios that if you look at, what's happened between her the last 4 years when we were sitting here, Mario, 4 years ago, as Alan said earlier, we almost forget about the pandemic right now.
Yeah.
But you think about what happened the summer before in 2020 and all of the things that she's been through and the turmoil that's happened in the city in a very short amount of time. I think it's very easy to say, as Jamie recognizes, people don't like the style. And we've dealt with that before. People said that about Rahm's first term.
Right.
And then he came to us in a sweater, and we thought about it differently.
And a purple sweater.
But seriously,
he's a very good retail politician, though. Rahm was an outstanding retail
one
politician.
of the best.
Yeah.
And
let's be honest.
And internally, more important, I think even better internally in member management.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I think there was probably very few out of 50 aldermen that didn't get a regular call from him.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, I don't know if Lori does that, to be honest with you.
I don't know either. But, when you look at her priorities in her budget that recently just passed, as we talked about, when you look at her main jobs program, which is called Invest Southwest, at least on the marketing of that, I think is the right message to be telling. And I think, one of the things that we haven't mentioned today is that there's two candidates that I think need to be particularly looked at. And one has the most money in the race right now. And we didn't even mention his name, and that's Willie Wilson.
Yeah, you're right.
And when you poll, I don't care who it is, and everyone's done the same poll, he's the number two candidate right now. And that's because he has tremendous name recognition. He's done a tremendous amount of work in community, etc. A lot of people dismiss him because of his views. And I think that's to their detriment, because you have someone who performed double digits last time and has only grown since then. Has run for federal election multiple times and has, a lot of name ID and a lot of media earned and free. So I think there's folks out there, and Alderman King as well. She has the ability and access to raise a lot of money.
Yes, she does.
A lot of money, and perhaps gather an endorsement from her friend Barack Obama.
And has a great team, and has a team that connects to that history that you just mentioned. Yeah. And so I think there's a lot of really competent people. We talked to Cam earlier, and he has a great vision of what the South Side looks like. And we talked about this earlier. It's in people's interest in this race to break up the South Side and talk about us in terms of demographics and economics and those differences. Because if the South Side, you go from U of I all the way into the hundreds, voted together or had an idea, as we've seen in the past, that's it. There's nobody that would ever win north of Roosevelt Road, period.
Quentin, I know that you're in D.C., and this might be a reach to ask you this, but we've talked before about Mayor Lightfoot and her level of popularity. Do you have any numbers that support her being reelected?
Mario, sorry, I don't have anything that I've looked at recently. I do think that, when you sort of like look at the field and sort of break down where votes could potentially come from, I do think that with this field, it really does help her get at least back into a runoff. And anything can happen, as we know, once that happens. But just sort of looking at the field right now, I just don't see who the obvious candidate is to unseat her. And so, I mean, that's what it means to be an incumbent, and she has a lot of advantages.
Before we go back to the national coverage to wind down our coverage here on Lumpen Radio, you, by the way, are listening to WLPNOP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. You're also checking us out on lumpentv.org. Before we shift our gears back to what is turning out to be a very tight midterm election, even though it's still early, the strengths of her first term, much like JB, the handling of COVID.
Yeah, and I also think her messaging, and I think her belligerence toward
That's a good word.
Well, I mean, belligerence toward the Trump administration, and the fact that, Trump was attacking, Chicago as a hellhole, and I think it is her place as the mayor to strike back on that. I think that, it's hard because I think she did a lot of clever things and used social media fairly effectively and in a more modern way to get the message across about Chicago. Because Chicago, this is a city I think everybody in this radio broadcast really loves and adores. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be here. There's certainly sunnier places that we could be that are warmer and less snowbound. Yeah. One of the things, though, that kind of coming back to the things that hurt her, yes, she was outstanding on the pandemic, and I think again she put herself on the national stage. One of the things that I would knock her at, though, is that when some of the other things that came with the pandemic, and again, I mean real disorder on our streets, she seemed to be more spending time talking to national media outlets than talking to aldermen and talking to city residents. I remember there was a spell where, she was in the New York Times, she was on MSNBC. She seemed to be positioning herself to be more of a national figure. And that's not inappropriate. I'm sure she's an ambitious person, but that struck me as one of the points where I started to say, hey, now wait a minute, you're not taking care of business here at home. What you really should be doing is talking to the alderman downtown whose windows are being broken, and you should be returning, Brian's calls, or, you should really be talking to the police who you have a very bad relationship with. There were some other instances where I thought her messaging on the CTU was exceptionally poor. I thought there was an unnecessary antagonism there. I realized that the CTU doesn't really like her, and they're going to be out to sandbag her. But I thought some of those situations she made worse by not kind of watering her own garden, so to speak.
Well, absolutely. And I think, also COVID, right? An example of where a constituency she could have gone either way with, because CTU is CTU, but isn't necessarily the teachers. Teachers live, in Jefferson Park, and a lot of them have cops for spouses, like that. The way her decision to open schools up again happened, and I think this is a good example of messaging being more important, or maybe needs to be delivered differently than what she does. CTU really was able to spin it as Lori Lightfoot is doing what white parents want and not what black and brown parents want. And that just wasn't true. I live in a majority black neighborhood, and it was a complicated question. People were really agonizing over, my kids need to be back in school for all the advantages of school, but I'm worried about their health. It really, what it critically needed, she did so many things right, but I think this is, really exemplifies the challenge. It needed a touch of empathy that you just don't get from her.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think also for me, before I toss it over to you, John, the public safety issue, though not her fault, falls on her.
That's right.
The amount of money that has been spent to turn the Chicago police into a powerful paramilitary police outfit, and to not have crime being solved,
right,
that falls on her.
Yes.
Her selection of her superintendent of police, controversial at best. Same guy that put a bomb on a Roomba in Texas and blew a guy to bits. That's on her.
That's been a real tough one.
Those things are all on her. She's got to convince people, win or lose. She has to convince the electorate that she's going to do better than good on crime.
Right.
Because between education and crime in this city, those are like 1 and 1A. And
Right.
if she can't convince folks that the decision she's made with the Chicago Police Department and fighting and solving crime in mind, I don't know if people are going to be ready to hear anything but, how do you fix this?
But one of the things she did, and John's got some great points, but I just want to say, I think one of the things she did is, and it was the same thing she did with the CTU, she focused on the leadership of the police union, John Contazara.
Yeah. Right.
And she said, this guy is a clown, which he is a clown, and he's
Just
said
act.
clownish things, and he's not been a great representative for, I think, many of the rank and file. And he's done some things that I think are, he's also running for mayor, I believe. But, she equated him with the police. And I think that was a very dangerous miscalculation, because she responded to kind of every one of his little brickbats, which were only designed to puff him up and not really get anything solved. Instead of saying, I happen to know that the commanders of the 9th and the 11th are caring people, and they really are working hard, and we are in touch with all these people all the time. We're just as concerned about windows being broken downtown as we are about windows being smashed in Englewood. We're concerned about crime in Austin. There's so many things that she could have said, and instead it was this really ham-handed attack on one person that, and it just came off, unfortunately, as because she was attacking this one person. I think a lot of people got the wrong impression of how she was dealing with the police department in general.
I think this is a mayor who said it herself, that, this is her, she's leaned into it and has been, unapologetic about it. So we are going to have to see how that plays out. What is that discourse? And I think people have legitimately said it. It becomes a process of subtraction when this is a game of addition. And how are you going to communicate that? How are you going to make bridges when you haven't consistently? I think that's a legitimate question. But when you talk about her union relationships, it's kind of befuddling to me, because when you look at CTU, I don't know what possibly even a mayor who's endorsed by them can do for them. And I know that sounds absurd, but I mean, you have a freeze on charter schools, you have a moratorium on closing schools, you have one of the largest contracts they've ever had, and yet there's a strained relationship. That is really confusing to me. And obviously a lot of this revolves around COVID, but I really don't know. I think it's the opposite. I think anyone else would only have to go the opposite way. And with police in general, fire, EMT, mental health workers, I think this is just the most strained time we've ever had. And to Mario's point, we still want to see results, though. You look at the $16 billion dollar budget that went out yesterday. What is it actually going to address? You have the morale within the department as low as it's ever been. You have suicide rates astronomical, and that transcends into folks like teachers as well, because that's where this plays out in real time.
We are going to run through these numbers for the state of Illinois. Alexi Giannoulias has made his concession speech. He is now the new Jesse White, and we will have the Alexi Giannoulias tumblers. They will be at all the parades and events. It's going to be a beautiful thing. I can't wait. So excited.
Dressed in blue and white, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Let's just go through these numbers for Illinois, and then Quentin and Mitchell, we're going to go right back into what's happening nationally as we get ready to close all this out. In Illinois, J.B. Pritzker has been declared governor, and he won by a whopping margin, 57%. So far, 57% to 39% for Darren Bailey. Tammy Duckworth has been reelected. Not much of a challenge there. Kwame Raoul, Tammy Duckworth, U.S. Senate. State Attorney General Kwame Raoul wins over Thomas DeVore. Alexi Giannoulias wins over Dan Brady. For Comptroller, Susana Mendoza has won, although not projected the winner yet, but is winning handily over Shannon Teresi. For Treasurer, Michael Frerich, I think I'm saying his name correctly, is beating Tom Demmer substantially in the Illinois Supreme Court. And this has been going back and forth all night. Elizabeth Rockford is winning currently over Mark Curran, a small margin, 59% to 40%, with only 7% of the precincts reporting, according to WGN TV. Michael Burke, the Republican, in a tight race, is beating Mary O'Brien for the Illinois Supreme Court seat. In the U.S. House of Representatives for Illinois, Jonathan Jackson is winning handily over Eric Carlson, 54% of the precincts reporting. and Robin Kelly, the Democrat, is probably going to retain that seat, beating Thomas Lynch overwhelmingly. Delia Ramirez, a Latina, is winning over Justin Barreau, and Chuy Garcia is beating James Falakos quite handily.
Yes, he is. The Sean Casten race, however, remains extremely close. That's inside a percentage point in the 6th district. That's going to be very, very tight.
Mike Quigley also, by the way, is
he's up handily, yeah. And
super.
Schneider's killing Severino as well.
Yeah.
I will say, however, that the interesting ballot measure, 64% to 36% still for the right to collective bargaining, that is still holding up. Again, not a ton of votes in, only about 30%, but kind of interesting there.
Lauren Underwood, it's still very early there, but she is beating Scott Grider at the moment.
Yeah, Lauren Underwood actually should win that race.
I hope she does. I think she does a good job.
Yeah, no, she should win that race. It's not as comprehensive, but that was always going to be a bit of a tighter race. But she's doing pretty well at the national level, and we should toss it back to the panel. But we do have results. I know in Colorado that has just been declared as well. Mitchell.
Yes, Michael Bennett is once again your senator from Colorado, also from the land of no surprises. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has once again won representative, 14th district of New York, but to little surprise, she wins. Going to a number of, close races, at least at the moment. Mandela Barnes is, at the moment, still holding a lead over Ron Johnson, 51-49, with 43% of the vote in. In Iowa, Mike Franken holds the lead over Chuck Grassley. That's also thin, 51-49, about 37% of the way in. Looking into the House, particularly with my old stomping grounds, the 3rd district in Michigan, Hillary Scholten is, with 23% of the vote, has a pretty strong lead, 58-38. That will no doubt tighten, but she's projected to win. If she does, she would be the very first woman Democrat to ever hold that seat. In Georgia, the Senate race that nobody wants to talk about, Herschel Walker is at the moment leading Raphael Warnock, but it is super tight. 49.3% for Walker over 48.8% for Warnock, with 72% of the vote counted. There is a decent chance this could go into a runoff.
Yeah, there's a very good chance in that, yeah.
Super tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if it's
we had also talked about...
Is it less than a percentage
Supreme
point in
Court
Georgia?
cases.
Is that right?
What's that?
If it's less than a percentage point in Georgia, does it go to an automatic runoff? Is that the rule
It has
there?
to be 50%. If nobody gets 50%, it goes to a runoff to the top two vote takers.
Got it.
And there is a third person running in that race.
Yes, Chase Oliver, the Libertarian, who apparently could be a nice Herschel Walker spoiler.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, he's garnered about 61,000 votes. He would actually has probably 6 times the margin of difference between Walker and Warnock. It's that close.
Yeah.
Talking regarding the Supreme Court, North Carolina Supreme Court, we had mentioned it earlier that there's a 4-3 Democratic advantage there for the Democrats, but with 2 Republican pickup chances, there is a chance that the Republicans could pick up both. In the races for their open seat, with 63% of precincts reporting Republican candidate Richard Dietz is ahead of Democrat Lucy Inman, 52-48. For the 5th seat, with 67% of precincts reporting Republican Trey Allen, an attorney who never worked as a judge, is leading Democrat incumbent Justice Sam Ervin, who's been on the court for the last 7 years,
of course,
52% to 48%. The Republicans, we talked about this before, there was a chance that they could flip and actually gain the majority in the Supreme Court in a super tight election, with a super tight, in a purple state. That might be happening. Also, with regards to Maryland, we had talked about history being made there. History is also being made. You can now smoke pot in Maryland.
On my way. I'm sorry.
Legalizing cannabis, according to the AP.
I don't know. What me? I didn't say that out
Yeah,
loud.
that we've mentioned that 6 states have it on the ballot. It is losing in Arkansas, I believe, however, right now.
Oh,
Jamie,
which I'm
surprised. I might be taking some time off to do a little traveling around the country, just to visit some states.
Yeah.
Isn't it legal in Illinois?
Well, I mean, I like getting around. I got to stretch my legs,
If you
man.
recall, 4 years
Legal
ago,
in
I
the
announced it on the day that it was legal.
That's right. I know.
Even though it had not gone through the General Assembly.
Hey, Quentin, what do you have for us?
Yeah, just running through the Senate side. First, we have Tim Ryan in Ohio, who's now down by 9 points. That's starting to trend against him. I think, Republicans will hold on to that seat. Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire is hitting all the metrics that she needs to hit from precinct level to the county levels. And I expect her to win re-election. In Georgia, as Mitchell mentioned, it's been going back and forth between Warnock and Walker at the mid 49%. I don't see either candidate getting above 50, and so this is certainly looking like another runoff again. And then it's anybody's game. Fetterman is still holding a 5-point lead. His lead has come down a lot as the same-day votes have now been tabulated. But the reason why he was the nominee is because he knows how to perform well in the middle of Pennsylvania. And so he's been able to offset some of those margins that Oz has had. And so he's looking pretty strong right now. Mark Kelly in Arizona, the mail-in votes and early votes that came in as of last Saturday have been reported, which added up to about 53% of the turnout. And he has, in key counties, has a 20-point lead. And so that is a really good sign for him so far. Just have context, Biden, when those votes got released, had a 10-point lead 2 years ago. So Mark Kelly in these initial releases of numbers is looking really good. Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, as was mentioned earlier, Barnes is up by it's a tight race. Barnes is up by 2 points, but Ron Johnson in some of his key areas is actually outperforming where Trump did by 3 points. So I expect that race to tighten up a lot more. But Barnes is really showing that his team put together an impressive campaign. And so right now we have Wisconsin and Pennsylvania as the two likely seats that Democrats could flip, which would then give them more control in the Senate. Jumping over to the House side, we have 23 seats that were controlled by Republicans, and 6 Democrats are giving them real challenges where they currently are ahead. In comparison, there are 41 seats that were held by Democrats that were seen as competitive. One has already flipped to Republican, and they're only challenging in one of those. So once again, this red wave that they kept talking about isn't necessarily true. Democrats are performing a lot better, and they're really holding on to their seats. The three other seats that Republicans have already picked up were actually, because of redistricting after the census, were designed and drawn to be Republican seats. And therefore, those 3 were easily picked up, 3.5 hours ago. And so Republicans have only picked up 1 additional seat in the last 3.5 hours. And so that is a good sign for Democrats. If Republicans do flip the House, they're going to have a very thin margin as well.
Yeah, and of course, one of those seats that you mentioned was in Florida, where it was a retiring Democrat was basically gerrymandered out of existence.
Exactly.
We should note that Max Miller, the former Trump aide who was, I believe, left that administration in disgrace, has won a U.S. House seat in Ohio.
Oh, boy.
But again, in a very conservative area, that was a fairly safe red seat that he was not expected to lose. Any Republican in that district was going to win there.
Also, nationally, where is it? I had it. Spanberger won, which could be the key thing for the Senate that will prevent the red thing happening in the Senate. The House is very interesting, and I think this lends to the question about Joe Biden and his being able to legislate the next 2 years or the next year and a half of his presidency. That veto pen is going to be full of ink because they're coming for everything again, and I'm wondering for him. How does he navigate this? Because he wants to be both sides of the aisle president.
I think that's over. I mean, I think he's made that pretty clear that that's over. And the fact is there's no real reward in doing it right now. But let's keep in mind that if the House flips Republican, which seems likely and is has been predicted, I think you're going to see some changes there that we haven't really mentioned. It would be surprising to me if Nancy Pelosi didn't step down, particularly with what has happened to her husband. Yeah. We haven't really mentioned that at all. Obviously, for people that have been living under a rock, her husband, Paul, was attacked in their home by a conspiracy spouting man with a hammer. He suffered a skull fracture. He is home, but he's going to take a long recovery. She did speak to the media a couple days ago, expressing that it was probably going to change her political career and probably other people's political careers as well. I think if she loses the gavel there, she has no relationship with Kevin McCarthy at all. She considers him a clown and a fool, and she said that publicly. Right. I think it'll be very interesting if she does not probably stand aside to work more on taking care of her husband and more on the fundraising side of things, which she's been very, very capable at for the Democrats. She's been an incredibly gifted organizer and fundraiser for them. If the House, as we think, is going to tie itself up with Marjorie Taylor Greene investigations and conspiracy theories, the fact is not a lot of bills are going to make it to the Senate. The Senate can pass bills, but they can't get to the House. Nothing's going to actually reach President Biden's desk.
That's the gridlock we were talking about.
Right. And I think that, one of the things that's interesting is the gridlock doesn't benefit anyone except the wealthy and big polluters. Because we are in a situation right now in America where we are on a clock to address rampant climate change, and we do need to make some serious changes. And one of the ways that governments make change, and John knows a great deal about this more than I do, is by subsidizing new technologies. And one of the things I think people had hoped was that the administration or whoever was in power would subsidize investments in wind, solar batteries, electric cars. We have a big dearth of charging stations, for electric cars, especially in big cities where electric cars and so-called range anxiety doesn't really exist. Most people in cities are using cars to commute to get groceries and go to school and stuff, so there's not this need to drive 400 miles in a trip. When that stuff is set aside for another 2 years, all that does is keep ticking the world temperature up.
And we're already seeing the effects of that globally. There are a lot of pressures, and some of the pressures that are driving some of the populist upheaval, such as what is seen as unchecked immigration, migration's being driven by climate change.
Absolutely.
No question.
And the fact that, Africans are coming into Europe and South Americans and Central Americans are coming to America is because they can't live in 110-degree temperatures, and we can't expect them to.
That's right.
So if we're not taking care of our own business here and we're not solving some of these issues, we're just creating others, not only for ourselves and our border states, but also around the world. So I think that one of the real problems we're going to have is that there doesn't seem to be this seriousness and this willingness to actually govern and do some of the things that need to be done. And I also think, sadly, that is the plan. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people who are funded, like Joe Manchin is, by coal and oil interests, don't want to make those changes, even though, candidly, some of those changes probably would benefit those industries. I can't believe a BP or a Shell, which has billions of dollars sloshing around, cannot transition to green energy. I just can't believe that.
I have a question to ask, and I think it now is a real question. Donald Trump has had his face and his oddly shaped feet all over this election season. He may or may not make an announcement on Tuesday if he doesn't get beat to it by the January 6th committee or the DOJ on Monday, making an announcement in advance of his announcement. He did not have a great turnout tonight. His night did not go as planned. What does that mean for Donald John Trump? Has some of that weird attraction to him worn off? Maybe is it Trump fatigue?
He's not. He was never and is not a leader in the sense that Barack Obama gets coattails because people think, okay, Barack Obama has a set of policies. There's a bunch of people who are going to do stuff like what he did. I like them. He likes them. I'll vote for them. Donald Trump is more like, I'm going to use this word advisedly, he's more like a fascist in the sense that it's about feeling, it's about saying things in broad strokes. And so people have a feeling about him. But if he says, and I also like this guy may or may not have similar policies, that will not have the same, I don't want to call it charisma, but the same power to compel people. So you don't get the same effect. So I don't think he's a coattails guy. I think you like that guy for whatever reason people like him.
I mean, from my perspective, he was also a foil to the amazing amount of emotions that people had around Hillary Clinton.
Right.
For whatever reason, and all the baggage and history that people associated and put on that, and put the ideas aside and personalized issues. And so that, that tight race also has a lot to do with him not being her. And as unfortunate as it is, it's a reality. And I think when he's then put up against a mirror, you will have people who are deniers, as Mitch said earlier. They're with us, and I did think it was an interesting question whether or not they'll agree that they won.
They won their own race, right?
Yeah, but
and what about the reaction to Obama? Do you think that was a big factor at the time as well, or do you think it was mostly a?
I do, and I think that's correct. And then I asked myself, the person who the party's putting up, okay, has done nothing to build, only subtract over the time. Remember, the big issue at the turn of the election was emails and all of these, going back to all the center of these types of investigations and all these questions and all the conspiracy that was at that point. And so hadn't grown in the point in between the last time she lost to President Obama. And then you had this 14-person field that he just shredded,
right?
Laughing all the way,
right?
Taking pages out of Ted DiBiase, etc.
Very good. I also am well, and here's the other part of that: Trump fatigue. There's no the enemy is him. The call is coming from inside the House when we're talking about Donald Trump. He is basically still saying the election was stolen from me.
Right.
I need to right this wrong. I might run again. I might not run again. There's a lot of money that he has to claim if he runs because he grifted everybody after he lost. I don't know if he's going to ever claim that money. I keep hearing people saying he's going to run again, and I'm like, he has to claim that. That becomes
right.
One of the things also, though, the sooner he declares for office, it actually cuts off some of his financial things. The weird thing is he can actually raise a lot of money right now, and he can use it pretty much however he wants. But once he declares for the presidency, which he's allegedly going to do on the 15th, he actually is then subject to some fairly strict campaign laws about how he can spend that money and how he can't.
And it'll probably be even stricter because of his glowing track record. Cooperating with the federal government when it comes to his money.
We got to remember that he's under, two separate state investigations and a possible federal investigation. And when he declares next week, I think there's going to be a very interesting argument to be made by the DOJ whether or not they move to indict him. And I would be surprised at this point if Attorney General Merrick Garland does not indict him, given what we know. But I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure on the DOJ to not indict him. The reason is, I think, is it's a kind of a typical abundance of care, which I will say that, James Comey didn't show about Hillary Clinton's emails, but I think they want to be seen as not putting their thumb on the scale. And the DOJ, obviously, under the Trump administration, became very politicized. And I think there's a worry that's going to happen again. Nonetheless, I think it's very obvious that if you don't indict someone that was responsible for a riot at the Capitol, and you can directly tie it to them, and has been involved in all kinds of other malfeasance, much of which appears to be both provable and criminal, then I think we are really running the risk of sending the signal that no matter what you do in this country, you can get away with it. And that's a dangerous thing to do.
We got about 19 minutes left in our broadcast. Let's use this time wisely, and let's go back to where we started at the beginning of the night, talking about what's going on around the United States and how some of these things have played out before we leave for the evening. Starting with Illinois, just to recap, J.B. Pritzker has been reelected, concession speech already done. Very important moment for the state of Illinois. The furtherance of his career as governor may or may not be whether or not he wants to run for president. And we've all discussed that tonight. And I think we all agree that's in his crosshairs. Whether he actually executes that or not is another thing. Looking at the Senate races right now, 43 seats are GOP held, 41 for the Dems. In the House, a much different story, 157 seats for the GOP and 94 for the Democrats. Governor's races, to some folks not important, but very important, 22 for the GOP and 13 for Democrats. If you're looking for a red wave, you should probably go get a pitcher of Kool-Aid and throw it in the air. That's about as close to a red wave as you're going to get tonight. The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, has been reelected, which is it looks like John Fetterman and Dr. Oz are going to be in a pretty decent race. Go ahead, John.
I was just going to ask, we were talking about climate change earlier, and not to dive into that too much, but when that is an issue for the United States, are we going to send Texans to Canada at that point?
Yes. I think that would be Nova Scotia, even further north. As far north as you could go where we won't be able to see them, but we keep it, put a GPS on them. Marco Rubio has been reelected in Florida. Ron DeSantis has been reelected in Florida. And I'll now jump into the Zoom room with Quentin. What was his margin of victory in Florida, and will that portend whether or not he decides to run for president?
Well, I think it is a far gone conclusion that he will run for president. And I think that we anticipated that his large victory, some people were speculating that he would set a record for the biggest margin of any incumbent governor. He's raised more money than any governor in history. So I think DeSantis has a lot of metrics that show that he has a legitimate case that he should be the nominee for Republicans. And as we know, over the last handful of years, he has been passing legislation and doing things in the media to make social issues his primary issue. And so I think you'll see him make an announcement sometime probably next year. And everything that has happened tonight gives him the confidence to actually do that.
Now, is he going to be in a death battle, though, with Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course. You've already seen Donald Trump sort of give him a nickname.
What's his nickname?
I'm drawing a blank on it, but
Ron DeSanctimonious.
Nice.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. Donald Trump said the word sanctimonious. I don't believe it. I'm going to have to hear it.
He knows the best words.
I'm surprised he knows the words.
Yeah,
he does know the best words.
Yeah, they're already in
tremendous
a sniping battle in the media, so it is going to get really intense. That is why
Fantastic
I think
word.
Trump is making a big announcement next Tuesday because he wants to take some of the spotlight off of this big victory that DeSantis just had.
I also want to just say real quick, the second best nickname that I've heard today, besides that, because that's the first time I've ever heard that, was someone called Elon Musk. Alex Apartheid, I think is what they called him.
Whoa.
I got to go back and look because it was
He's
really
from
good.
South Africa, but dang.
Hey, man, when I heard it, all I could do was be happy. Alan is back with us, actually, in the room.
Wonderful.
Somewhere. We need to let Alan back in.
No, we do?
Yeah. He said he's back. Or he's not yet.
It's a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
Oh, no, you know what? No, never mind.
But we do have some
Live
other
radio,
We do have some
Yeah.
other local results. Tony Preckwinkle is going to win her race. She's going to be reelected
Can't
as
believe it.
board president. Fritz Kagi is going to be reelected as assessor. Karen Yarborough is going to be reelected as clerk. That's not official. Tom Dart is going to win as sheriff. Maria Pappas will be reelected as treasurer. Most of these races aren't close. I think actually one of the questions I would ask Michael Friedrichs is heavily leading. I guess the question I would ask, and maybe it's to the panel, were these JB coattails?
Not Tony.
No, she didn't.
Not,
need
not on the
anybody.
county side, and Pappas had the largest margin out of that whole field. The one thing that in the county that I thought was interesting, which we led with, back to Mario's point, was Tim Evans actually won by a 2-1 margin, which I think people thought that there was this whole idea with all the Safety Act and all the things that people have said that would be closer, but
that's another race that Lori Lightfoot stepped into in just the last 24 hours, where she was saying, we do have to look at who is allowing all these things to happen on the judicial side. That doesn't portend well for her.
No. Tim Evans, I mean, this is a whole other show probably, but he's a real extraordinary politician.
Yeah, man.
Agreed.
People don't
legendary politician.
Former alderman. I mean, we can go on.
He ran Harold's floor.
Yeah.
Underwood's race is now tightening up significantly. Sean Caston is still too close to call, so those are going to be interesting late night races.
So we've got a little bit more than 12 minutes left. And usually around this time, we go around the room and ask everybody to give their final thought. And I think we should do that. And 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2 minutes for everybody. Live radio. Mario counting using his fingers. We'll give everybody 2 minutes. We'll start with Mitchell, and then we'll go around the rest of the room.
My timer, I've got a timer all set. Starting now.
Sweet.
Good idea.
A quick update. It turns out that we've got early results from Arizona. Democrats are leading across the board there. Hobbs over Lake in the governor's race, Kelly over Masters in the Senate race, and a really tight second congressional district race. Crane is leading, but only by 2 points over O'Halloran with 48% of the vote there. So that's, I guess, encouraging for Democrats. I'm going to quote from Nate Cohn, who's an analyst for the New York Times. He wrote on the New York Times elections blog a quote that kind of encapsulates what we've seen thus far, and it bears mentioning here. Quote, "It's hard to get a clear sense of election results in the age of mail and early voting, but so far there is little sign of a big red wave. On average, Democrats are running ahead of what pre-election polls suggested, and the polls didn't show a huge Republican lead," unquote. And that kind of bears what we've seen thus far. It's kind of like a huge, what was called firewall, meaning a huge, or at least considerable Democrat advantage regarding votes, and seem to make a midterm election, which for a long time the Democrats basically just threw away as fodder, kind of leaving it to the Republicans, and has made it competitive. That said, though, a lot of what we've seen here has been kind of going to form. There's not been a whole lot, at least thus far, with regards to surprises. And that's both good and bad for reasons I'm sure we will discuss, and we can probably discuss in February when we meet next for the decision regarding the elections. I close with the thing I always say at the end of these votes, quoting from the comedian Bob Harris, who said probably the most inspiring words with regards to democracy I've ever heard. And I always quote them here at the end of our show, Mario, whenever we do these shows. Right. Democracy is more than what you do in a voting booth on a Tuesday in November. It is what you do with your hands and with your heart and with your head every day, all year long.
Thanks, Mitchell. Quentin?
Yeah, breaking news: Maggie Hassan finally declared the winner of that race. Democrats now have 42 seats in the Senate. I think it's key to be patient in these moments. I think it's going to be close across the board. Right before, like last week, Republicans released a lot of polling data that had them up by 10 points. I think largely that was to create the impression that the red wave was coming and that we should stay home. But it also gives them the ability to sort of set this narrative that the only way that they did not have the night that they were saying that they would have is somehow something happened with voting. And so we need to be prepared for legal challenges. There's going to be a lot of misinformation, but we have some of the most secured elections anywhere in the world. And we have to remember that and let the process play out. And so, like, to sort of think about some other races that we haven't really talked about tonight a whole lot, but the Secretary of State races in Nevada and Arizona, whoever wins those two races, because it's the Republican nominees there are like extremist election deniers who, I mean, they believe things from like getting rid of electronic voting machines. The Nevada candidate wants to erase all the voting rolls and make people re-register. So there's a lot of crazy thoughts in those two states from their Republican nominees, and if they win, that's going to have massive consequences in 2024. So we want to pay close attention to that. And one thing that I'm just personally interested in is Nevada also has question 3, which is related to ranked choice voting. There's only 2 states that currently do it, Alaska and Maine. And if Nevada adopts that through their referendum in 2026 would be the first time they would actually do it if it passes. I think you'll see that become more and more popular. I know for a fact there's some folks in Springfield lobbying for that in Illinois. And so I think this might be one of those things that we'll see becoming more and more popular across different states.
Thank you, Q. Jamie?
Well, I just want to kind of give an update on some of the ballot measures that we've been talking about. Across the board, it appears that abortion access has been embraced by voters. An amendment to deny people the right to an abortion in Kentucky is failing with 80% of the votes in. Kentucky already, however, has an abortion ban, so it's not entirely clear, but the new ban in Kentucky would have put it as a constitutional amendment. That is going to be voted down. A similar amendment in Montana is losing by 21 points. That would have made infants after the age of, I think, 16 weeks, legal persons. And that legal personhood argument is a way to try to, again, deny women the right to medical care. Michigan, the right to have an abortion is leading handily, as well as in Vermont, where it appears that is going to win. It is yes by something like 54 points. So it's a significant thing. In Maryland, we've already mentioned the legalization of cannabis. It looks like marijuana will also be legalized in Colorado and in Missouri. It looks like it's going to fail, however, in the Dakotas and again in Arkansas, where those measures are losing fairly handily with a lot of votes in.
And where they'll need it the most.
Where they may need it the most. Our own Workers' Rights Act here in Illinois, however, continues to be holding steam, and it looks like it is going to be passed on early returns. I think the things that I'm thinking of in this election, I think that what I see is that the country remains very split. And I think that the reason we're seeing these tight races and this voter engagement is because people are very scared about the direction the country's going in, on both sides, to be honest with you. I think that people probably on my side are worried about their democracy, and I think they're worried about health care, and I think they're worried about the economy, just like everybody else. I think the same things could be said to be true of the other side of the aisle. And I think what is disappointing, unfortunately, is there doesn't seem to be a lot of places that people can work together because positions are either so insane on one side of the aisle or positions have become so entrenched. That's disappointing because we have a lot of big issues on our plate. The planet is on fire. I don't know if anybody's noticed that. And we have to do something about it. And we have to make some serious choices about how we want to spend our money and how we want to live our lives. Do we want to spend more money, as Gabriel's pointed out, on police, or do we want to spend some money on mental health care and hospitals and care for people who are on the streets? Do we want to spend a lot of money, as John has mentioned, spending these ridiculous ads and stuff on elections, or do we want them to be publicly funded and take a lot of the big money out of it so we can maybe take billionaires' thumbs off the scales? There are important questions that we are not really confronting, and instead I think we're getting very distracted by kind of bread and circuses, and I think that's a problem both sides are having, from
the vitriol that you see on Breitbart to candidly some of the stuff I see on MSNBC. I don't think either side has really covered themselves in glory. I do think the next 2 years, when Republicans do take control of the House as projected, are going to be difficult. And I think that we're going to have a real question ahead of us in 2024. And whether or not it is Joe Biden or someone else, I think the one thing we've seen tonight is Democrats can put up a fight. Whether they're going to again and can keep doing that, I think, is an open question.
Gabriel? Thank you, Jamie.
I think a lot of the subtext of what we've talked about tonight is race. And you can look at a bunch of kind of core issue ways to think about framing things. Earlier, mayoral candidate Cam Buckner suggested, a lot of the challenges we face are embedded in who we are. And I think for Democrats, the challenge is a kind of schizophrenia. We're at war with ourselves. For a long time, Democrats did the math on politics by kind of simultaneously promising things to white people and everybody else, and delivering in a way that gave whites the message that you're still number one. So everyone got a little bit of something, but there was a kind of tacit white supremacy. And you go, not too many decades back, and it was, explicit white supremacy. In a lot of ways, that's changed. In some ways, it hasn't. And it's kind of baked into the DNA. I think there's got to be more of a confrontation inside the Democratic Party. And I think probably a lot of it is actually not the candidates, although the candidates are crucial. We need more Nicole Lees. We need more diversity. But we need more people on the admin side, so to speak, with more diversity, because I think a lot of the problems we run into strategically start with 5 or 6 white guys in a room who say, well, why don't we try it this way? And then we're all shocked when we say, wow, that wasn't as different from what the Republicans did as we thought. It's not all smartest guy in the room. A lot of it is just a broad enough coalition of people on the inside and the outside who understand each other. You get really transformative change that way.
And thank you, Gabriel. John Daley.
The challenges ahead, I mentioned, I wonder how Congress deals with a proxy war. And I also think about something that Gabriel mentioned in the beginning of the show, which was, the one thing I don't think was addressed enough in this election. They tried at the end, and Bailey tried to use it against JB. But I really think it's a legitimate question, is what does this bill that was a great accomplishment in the beginning of his tenure for the legalization of medical and recreational cannabis, what does that controlled market look like? And, everyone talked about social equity, and Illinois was the leader, and this is going to be a mature $3 billion industry, et cetera. It's already outpaced cannabis. It has done those things. Amazingly, they were right about the actual numbers. But when we look at the actual ownership now, it's a joke. And I'm proud to be a part of a team that created the first community benefits agreement in the United States around this when they said it couldn't be done. But it has not been a question that's legitimately answered.
Nemick? No, I'm kidding.
And thanks to Nemick and Charlie, by the way.
Absolutely. To
cheers, guys.
To everybody, the folks who gave up their shift tonight to let us do this. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Mitchell Stepanczyk, Quentin Scott, Alan Linton, John Daly, Gabriel Piemonte, and of course Jamie Trecker. I gotta say it. In 112 days, we'll be back here. The Chicago municipal election will be happening. We will be deciding who the next mayor, or if it'll be an incumbent mayor of Chicago, is going to be. This is a very important time in this city's history. It's going to be fast forward starting tomorrow morning, right at 95th Street, when every candidate and literally their mother will be shaking your hand if you take that way of travel. I want to thank everybody for being a part of the show, and I want to thank you all for listening. And I want you to keep in mind, if you did not participate in this election, voter registration begins very shortly. Please make it your business to be involved. This is the greatest city on earth, and this is one of the greatest things we've ever done, is to be able to decide how we will be governed. But it doesn't happen if you don't participate. In 112 days, we'll be sitting in this room, hopefully, making that decision. On behalf of everyone tonight that you've heard, my name is Mario Smith. Thank you so much for listening to Election Night coverage here on Lumpen Radio. You've been listening to WLPNLP Chicago, 105.5 FM, and you've also been watching us on lumpentv.org. Peace, power, and progress. Have a wonderful evening.